לוקח אותך מעל האנשים, ואני רוצה שאת תזכרי, אהבה שלנו היא נצחית ולא מלאכותית. אני רוצה שאת תבואי יותר מלפנים, שתבואי אליי לפעמים, ואני רוצה שאת תזכרי, אהבה שלנו היא נצחית ולא מלאכותית. אני רוצה שתתקשרי יותר פעמים, שתבואי אליי לפעמים, ואני רוצה שאת תזכרי, אהבה שלנו היא נצחית ולא מלאכותית. אני רוצה שאת תהיי זאת ששומעים, יאללה בואי אני לוקח אותך מעל האנשים, ואני רוצה שאת תזכרי, אהבה שלנו היא נצחית ולא מלאכותית. Sois là de temps en temps, et je voudrais que tu te rappelles, notre amour est éternel et pas artificiel. Je voudrais que tu te ramènes devant, que tu sois là de temps en temps, et je voudrais que tu te rappelles, notre amour est éternel et pas artificiel. Je voudrais que tu te ramènes devant, que tu sois là de temps en temps, et je voudrais que tu te rappelles, notre amour est éternel et pas artificiel. אני רוצה שאתה
between national security and national resilience. Will we navigate to a safe harbor? Good afternoon. My name is Amos Gilad. I'm the head of this conference with the entire team in the university. I'd like to thank everyone, the founding president and chair of the board, Professor Uriel Reichman, president of the university, Professor Yoav Gano, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience. I'm kind of cramming this opening so that we're up to the schedule, and I'm trying to replace Jonathan Davis, who's a wonderful MC, and I don't even come near him. But anyhow, the topic of this conference is the tension between national security and national resilience, and when will we reach some kind of a safe haven? It's not in the title, but maybe we will encounter a rock and not a safe shore. But if we make mistakes, and that relies on military capability and diplomatic strategy and the combination between them, and if we continue with what's happening in the field of national resilience and statements like the establishment of a state within the state, of people who are evading draft and stuff like that, the Iranians can just, wring their hands and sit out waiting. Now, I apologize for the problems at the entrance. It's because of the security arrangements. And, that's part of our reality here. I have to make it clear to the distinguished audience that if we do hear sirens or alarms, then you should all remain seated in the auditorium. If you're in the lobby, you need to go down to floor -1, and if you're outside, you need to look for some kind of a shelter or a mobile shelter who are scattered all over the university. So I'd like to thank all of you for coming. We're going to start now with a video clip that will put you into the mood. It is 1 minute and 40 seconds, and then I'll invite Professor Reichman to give his address. Thank you very much. Over the past 3 years, Israel has been through upheavals and significant events that impacted its national security and resilience. The murderous terror attack carried out by Hamas on October 7, 2023 that led to significant losses among civilians, the IDF security forces placed national resilience and security in a test and led Israel to a war in several fronts. After 843 days of a fierce battle alongside IDF achievements with Hamas and the determination of President Trump, all 255 alive and dead hostages came back home. Now we need to look into the truth and establish a National Commission of Inquiry. IDF and the security and intel organizations acted with full force in 7 fronts in order to thwart the Iranian axis of evil, both on the offensive and the defensive. The agreement between the U.S. and Iran opens a new era that will shape regional security and the future of the State of Israel. Despite IDF achievements in all fronts, national resilience is at a crisis. The various elements of the regime upheaval and the issues of equal draft and drafting to the IDF are deepening the internal rift and bringing up the question of the future of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state. For over 2 decades, the Herzliya Conference has been serving as a platform for discussing national issues. This 22nd Herzliya Conference is taking place in an era of multi-challenges that is reshaping the foundations of security and national resilience of Israel and the region. This year's conference will focus on a deep analysis of this new reality and mapping the challenges. I am honored to invite Professor Uriel Reichman, the founding president of the Reichman University and chairman of the board, today to give his address. Professor Reichman, please.
Recording stopped.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to see you all. Thank you very much to Amos and to the entire team that worked so hard, to my dear friend, the president of the university, Boaz Gan-Or, and my fellow colleagues at the board and elsewhere. Hello, one and all. One of the most powerful prophecies in Jewish history was carried out in Babylon after the destruction of the first temple. The prophet Ezekiel describes an amazing drama when the Spirit of God connected the dry bones and takes the Jewish people to its resurrection. All of a sudden, in this cosmic vision, there is this edict to take two trees from Judea and Ephraim and connect them into one tree. The message is clear. Redemption does not only depend on faith, but also on the human act of creating unity. 350 years before the speech of the prophet Ezekiel, there was the historic rift of the kingdom after the death of King Solomon, when Rechavam rejected the request of the people to ease the burden. Two separate kingdoms were formed, and both had weakened until they were destructed. Back then, we already learned that an internal rift leads to political collapse. In February of 2023, hundreds of thousands of Israeli civilians walked to Jerusalem carrying Israeli flags. The protesters did not ask for any tax benefits or jobs or any kind of benefits. The only thing they had requested was to stop the regime overall. But that demand was not met, and the internal rift had deepened, and once again we remain with the question, do we know how to learn from history? On November 4th, 1995, Yitzhak Rabin, former president of the State of Israel, was assassinated. I will never forget the day after. It was the second year after we founded the IDC, as we called it, the Interdisciplinary Center, with 200 students. Most of them came with eyes red with crying and tears and lack of sleep, and they all concentrated across the administrative building. I felt just as beaten as they did. I spoke with them, and my voice had choked about Rabin and about the fact that this assassination will be remembered as a day of infamy in the history of the State of Israel. And I added that it was a mistake and it will be a mistake to focus only on the assassin, Yigal Amir, but it's important to expose who assisted, who influenced, but a different approach was developed in the general public. The same people who incited and also those who were harmed by this incited all called for unity. And everybody found themselves in a situation of whitewashing. Under the title of unity, they whitewashed in a way that prevented any real discussion and correction. There was legitimate public debate on the Oslo Accords. The Knesset voted in favor twice, and those who supported had public backing. And of course, the most fierce resistance came from the rabbis of Judea and Samaria, who said that there is no authority in Israel who can sell these areas. And the peak was in a letter disseminated by 3 rabbis. All of them were from the Merkaz Harav Yeshiva, where they said that people should discuss the issue whether Rather, it is a duty to warn the Prime Minister and his ministers that according to the Torah, the Bible, they will have to be under the law, the Jewish law, which is called Din Moser, as somebody who sends Jews to be killed. And it said that there is a fear that somebody independent will take action against various elements in the government. It was clear from what they said that with respect to Oslo, because Rabin was asked not to carry out this plan, they would implement the Din Moser. And had the people in Shabak looked into it, they would have realized that is the law of the informer, and that people could interpret this as an instruction to murder. According to Maimonides, and I quote, it is allowed to kill an informer everywhere. And it is allowed to kill him even before he informs. And they warn him and say, do not inform. And if he says, no, I will inform, it is a mitzvah. It is our duty to kill him. Rabin was assassinated by Yigal Amir at the end of a rally promoting peace. Yigal Amir was in contact with rabbis, and during his arrest he said that he received permission to act according to this Din Moser, the law of the informer. According to the halacha, the Jewish law, it is mandatory to kill an informer. So once they dubbed Rabin as an informer, that meant that he was a target for assassination. He was the Chief of General Staff of Rabin in the Six-Day War, and also served in the Israeli War of Independence, where half of the combatants were killed in the battle over Jerusalem. He was assassinated without given any right to argue, and because of this Jewish law interpreted by Allah, it was as if it was allowed to kill him. There was a terrible distortion of this Jewish law, which isn't the law of the State of Israel, the authority of a democratic state, and the zealous had won. The truth is that this law comes from the times when Jews lived among non-Jews, among Gentiles under their rule, and therefore the proximity between the law of informer and that of a persecutor, because that was meant to maintain solidarity among Jewish communities. But Rabbi Yosef said that there is no, it is not allowed to apply this law here in Israel. There is no other rabbi who sanctioned or agreed with this law, even though there were some rabbis who said that this law, the law of the informer, shall apply to Prime Minister Rabin. At the beginning of the millennium, there was a change in the religious sphere. The issue of settlements was gradually transferred to the hands of the Council of Judea Samaria. Before that, Gush Emunim was in charge of that, and the Yesha Council, the Council of Judea and Samaria, negotiated with the government, while Gush Emunim actually was swallowed within the frameworks and settings of the different settler communities. The ideological fermentation of the ultra-Orthodox national stream continued, led by Rabbi Kook, and the Mafdal, the National Religious Party, kept dwindling until it finally disappeared in 2018, even though its historic institutions continued to exist and affected by the spirit of this messianic conduct. A dramatic change occurred with the disengagement plan back in 2005, and I'd like to remind you that the communities, the settlements of Gush Katif, the Katif bloc, were established by the Labor Party in the early 1970s and later were expanded, and these people came and formed a network of communities and synagogues in the region of the Gaza Strip. Sharon's government decided to evacuate 21 settlements, among them that included 8,600 residents. For the residents, that was a deep crisis, and they were sent there under the permission of the country, and they built communities under ongoing terrorism, and now they were requested to evacuate by the instruction, by the decision of the very same state. And this was the sense of crisis was exacerbated, and in the evacuation there wasn't any significant violence resistance. Even there was some serious discussion of that, and no religious soldiers refused to carry out orders. Mainly there was heartbreak of both those evacuated and both those evacuating. Many who were evacuated saw this as a betrayal of the divine edict to inherit the land. Amongst this group, and especially those who have a Kahanist orientation, the hilltop youth phenomena increased, and they saw themselves that they can carry out terrorist activities and various activities outside the state institutions and to use violence in order to evacuate the Palestinians. And at the same time, the graduates of Merkaz Arav Yeshiva and the Mechina, the pre-military academy that went along with it, with Rab Tau, reshaped the relations of faith. They reshaped it because the dilemma here was a very serious one. The evacuation or the disengagement rather created a major rift and necessitated some form of revisiting and rethinking. And this process had matured and reached its peak problematic nature in this decade and a bit before that. At the basis of the view, there is the assumption that the state of Israel should be reshaped and should be set on a new track. If in the past it was all about finding the line, to what extent they should comply with the rules and instructions of the state, and to what extent to comply with the Jewish law and the settlements. That was a very difficult dilemma, because according to the religious perception, there is a certain sanctity to the state. It is the beginning of the redemption. On the other hand, this conflict led to a question, and they didn't really know how to interpret and what to do, and they tried to solve the problem by clarifying or looking into the borders specifically. But now appears the turn, the twist in the plot, which is very problematic. Instead of discussing the relations between the State of Israel and the instruction that is a counter to the Jewish oral law, now what they're thinking is that they need to fix the state itself in line with the vision of the rule of the Torah, the Bible. It's a huge shift, but it solved the dilemma. You need to create some kind of unification between that specific approach and the sanctity of the state. And just like Rav Eli Sadan formulated it, and he has a great impact both on staffing and appointments, and also among the public, and he says the following: the Torah, the Bible, is the constitution of the state. That is the divine mission. And then in accordance, the goal is to change the regime from a Jewish and democratic state to a country that its constitution is the Bible, while building a political, military, and public force in order to advance this goal. He argues as part of this that they should prevent the establishment of a secular constitution, because it would be very difficult to change it, because there's only one kind of constitution that is permitted to promote. On January 4th, 2023, Minister of Justice Yariv Levin announced the reform in the judiciary. This reform, as you all know, wanted to suffocate the Supreme Court of Law through the overruling section that can overrule the disruling of a law, to prevent the court from addressing or discussing a basic law. The overruling a majority of the Knesset, only with a majority of 80%, full control of the coalition in the appointment of judges, cancellation of the cause of probability, and to significantly reduce the authorities of the Attorney General. Personally, I was stunned at the attempt to pass this this reform in such a blitz. That was exactly like the classic plans we saw, or the outline that we saw in the revolution in Turkey. The first thing they did before these revolutions, before even declaring the revolution, had always been to take over the police And it's true, the new government placed the police under the Minister of Homeland Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir. There wasn't any discussion in any forum of the Likud or any other forum. The proposal didn't appear in any of the coalitionary agreements, except for the agreement in the coalition agreements of this government, that the first topics to be brought to legislation in the Knesset will be proposals submitted by the Minister of Justice. On February 7th, 2023, a month after Levin's speech, we had a conference here in the university. I opened the event with the following words. I call upon Minister of Justice Yariv Levin from this platform. The reform, the judiciary reform has become a true overall revolution. The ability to overrule laws that protect the basic laws protecting the basic rights. Democracy is not merely the rule of the majority. It also means protecting the minorities. The basic liberties of the democratic system should be at the disposal of all citizens. In the State of Israel, the Supreme Court is the only protector that the citizen has to protect him from the tyranny of the majority. And you've created a sense of alienation among many of the dear sons and daughters of this country. The majority rule turns all of us from residents to mere serfs, and we do not guarantee that we have rights just like any citizen in other democratic countries. We've seen how this method operates in the countries that rely on the idea that the democracy is only the rule of the majority. It's called a formal democracy or non-liberal. In these countries, it oversees the government on various media outlets. Countries like Turkey, the journalists who attacked the government were sent to prison. In Hungary, they expelled a liberal and democracy, a liberal university, but the main action, I'm quoting myself, is done by the fact that people close to the government take over all high position, especially the only institutions that have the power to exercise force in society or on behalf of it. One could give endless examples. As long as the coalitionary requirements might undermine basic civil rights. I said back then, we, the citizens of Israel who have fought in battles to protect this country, that our family members and friends did not return from the fields of killing and slaughter. We all aspired for a role model country. We worked, paid taxes, raised our children. Out of that commitment that characterized us, we are an inseparable part of the beating heart of the State of Israel, and for us the story of our lives, and intertwined in Zionist commitment. And we are saying to you today, Mr. Yariv Levin, that you cannot take away from us the only thing that we have acquired in our lifetime in this country, which is to be free citizens. We were proud of our Israeli ID card, and now you're turning it into something meaningless. The Reichman University declared from its foundation that it is a Zionist university based on the State of Israel's Declaration of Independence. We are unique in the world because we explicitly built a Zionist university, and we said that we will remain loyal to what was declared in May of 1948. There's no need to stress the risks that lurk to the State of Israel from this overall that is led by Levin, whether it's the relations with the diaspora, the security risk, and mainly the deepening of the national divide. And I said back then that we respect the request of the President of the State of Israel to stop these measures. I said this is the last moment, Minister Levin, to stop and try and act together. Now I'd like to comment on what's happening here from the perspective of the theory of regimes, and I would like to refer you to a topic that is learned wherever there is a discussion on the constitutional law or the constitutional theory or theory of law, and that is the dispute between Plato and his student Aristotle. Plato said that the desired regime is the one which is headed by the most clever man, who is the king philosopher, and his goal is to establish unity, whilst Aristotle argued that even if you can achieve real unity, it is not desired. A pluralistic society with various voices is more desirable, because if you have absolute unity, it will ultimately shatter. The great wisdom, he said, the great risk to a state is not an external enemy, but a civil war. The proper or best regime, therefore, is a constitutional one that relies on the rule of law and a strong middle class, one that ensures security and proportionality and stability. His theory, I said briefly, affected Montesquieu later, and with his checks and balances, and even Madison in the Federalist, who unequivocally said that it is important to prevent coordination of all the political force in the hands of one party. The Declaration of Independence was about the establishment of a Jewish state in the national sense, not in the religious one. And according to Ben-Gurion, it was a special appearance of grace of a great historic hour. And even back then, he expressed a fear, and I quote, "The basic principle of freedom of consciousness is in practice met with a deep resistance. With the existence of a religious party, it means that they have the desire to apply the religious law and rule. Freedom of religion and consciousness that it demands for itself, a religious party, it is not willing to give it to others." And he later emphasized the difficulty of the Jewish religion is that it relies on various edicts, to-dos and not to-dos that apply to all areas of life. An argument, any argument or debate about a compromise regarding the status of religion in the country or trying to coerce religion could serve as volatile material. And Ben-Gurion emphasized that Israel could exist only as a democratic state based on justice and liberty. Jabotinsky and Herzl also warned from a theocracy and stressed the importance of separating between the church and state. I must tell you that Jonathan Sachs, one of the great Jewish thinkers, he passed away not long ago. He thought that as a result of things that were happening in the world and the fact that at the end of liberalism, it doesn't tell people what to do, it doesn't give them a direction, just the freedom. He assessed that there would be a great rise in people returning to religion in this era. But he warned and said, if that should happen and if that should turn into a constitution or an official religious state, a comprehensive one, an all-encompassing one, that will lead to the greatest threat for or risk for human liberty. The regime overall sought to change the essence of the State of Israel and its withdrawal from the principles, revolutionary principles of the Zionist movement, from a national liberal movement that had tremendous success. Now we are a country under great risks and international threats since the regime overall. And I'd like to tell you that in the discussions within Bnei David framework, that famous pre-military academy, their view was that the first thing that needs to be done is to prevent the effect of the liberal court, to prevent it from establishing a situation that there's full control in the hands of the Knesset, and then once you neutralize the involvement of the court from this goal, then through regular legislation you can build a system of the rule of the constitution of the Bible, or the law of the Bible. So as I've said, we are in withdrawal or an attempt to make that happen. And I must comment now on what the Prime Minister said the day before yesterday, in which he announced his intention to establish a national unity government after the elections. And I truly do not understand, Mr. Prime Minister, how can somebody who based his entire political career on separation and division or trying to apply the non-liberal form of democracy in the urban style in Hungary, and is talking now about unity as we see the government that's about to pass the basic law study of the Torah that is addressing people who do not work and do not have any actual religious function of research or teaching or community rabbis or anything like that. It's also difficult to see when and how long this provisional instruction that prevents the arrest of those who defected, and it's difficult to accept the change. I thought there should be some changes made in the role of the Attorney General, but not to completely delete it.
This fact that most of the majority of the population is actually objecting to, which is the matter of the State Commission of Inquiry. So if it weren't only about the matter of the Haredi coalition, the first thing that the Prime Minister would have had to announce would have been to at least cancel all the attempts of the governmental coup and setting up a State Commission of Inquiry, having everyone really come and take this initiative together. This is not unity. And I know that we should all be talking about unity all the time, but you cannot rewrite reality. The upcoming elections are very significant for our future, our personal futures, and that of the State of Israel. In the fundamental principles of this university, we have emphasized the mission of intensifying human capital in society. And this is what we do when we say liberty or freedom and responsibility. Freedom comes to strengthen our faith in training people to become entrepreneurs, to give them the best tools at the time of a technological revolution, so that each and every one of them will be able to really make the most of themselves and realize their potential in their own personal choices. The matter of responsibility is characterized first and foremost by the duty to defend, to physically defend the country. And here, these things are instilled in our actions during these last few years. If you look at the percentages, over 50% of our students here at Reichman University have served many days during the war, this long war, more than any other university. And unfortunately, we are paying for our ideology as well. Not only in the dead, but in our disabled people with disabilities who we are embracing and supporting as best we can. At any rate, these two factors, defending our fundamental principles I would say that we are talking in terms of the economic terms about the human capital and the social capital. We hope that the new government that will be set up will address both factors which strengthen one another, the level of personal intensification and social intensification or empowerment. And perhaps the most important issue of all right now is to have a dialogue with the ultra-Orthodox world, provided that they will be in the opposition. Otherwise, it is not a dialogue. But perhaps if they will be in the opposition, we will be able to have a true dialogue with them. According to the data, according to what we can do, according to Dan Ben David's data, 26% of children in Israel are ultra-Orthodox. If they will not get core studies such as English, AI, sciences, they will not be able to put bread on their own tables, and they will become a burden on society when they grow up. And at that point, the society will not be able to take the burden, and we will need greater taxes, less services, and people will relocate, and the same effort of a dialogue with the parents of these ultra-Orthodox children and tell them that they have to allow their children to acquire core studies, acquire this basic knowledge so that they will be able to progress and become a building force in society will have to be done, first of all, in all the weakest areas of society. Investing in human capital is necessity if you want to empower social capital. And I want to put this against the human principles I talked about. Hopefully the next government will come up with arrangements on our borders and will remember what Ben-Gurion said, that striving for peace, the pursuit of peace, is an essential element of our security. And of course, with the overarching responsibility of preparing for the next war on the strategic front and on the practical front when it comes to the capability of man and tools. And finally, by virtue of the Declaration of Independence and based on its principles, we must establish a constitution for the State of Israel that will ensure our shared future in the third chapter in the history of the Jewish people. A constitution that will allow pluralism and a true representation, will enable a democracy with checks and balances, and will create a constitutional framework for the executives that we will be able to plan and carry out all the steps required in order to have a shared future. May this new government renew the unity and lead to prosperity and values and peace. May it all be. Thank you very much, Professor Uriel Reichman, for these important remarks. It's so wonderful to see this huge audience. Ostensibly, it looks like we are in normal, everyday kind of days where we can convene and talk like this. But it's obvious to us all that we are at a challenging and a most important time. I am happy to invite Professor Boaz Ganor, the president of Reichman University and founder of the Institute for Counterterrorism. Thank you very much, Professor Uriel Reichman, President and founder of Reichman University, Amos Gilad, and distinguished guests. I was wondering what I should focus on during the next 12 expensive minutes that I was given by Amos. And I knew that I shouldn't just be saying greetings, I should be talking with real content. And I decided that during the time I was given, I will repeat the key, or the highlights that I gave in a speech about 6 months ago when we had, in January, right here, the conference of the ICT here at Reichman University. And I decided to do so because, unfortunately, in retrospect, it appears that none of the insights that I presented in January 2026 was implemented during the Roaring Lion War that took place just a month later. On the contrary, the war against Iran was a manifestation of all the failures against which I had warned. And at the end of my address, I will talk about updated insights. And I called my remarks back then in January, "A green light is not enough." At the time, there were in Israel those who were toying with the idea that getting a green light from Washington to attack the nuclear facilities in Iran, even if the US will not even be actively involved, will be an achievement. And during that talk, we also talked about the 12-day war against Iran that took place about 6 months before that conference in January. And at that time, we still weren't sure whether the United States joining on the war on the 8th day was coordinated with Israel or was just a result of the progress of the war. And at the time, I said that if Israel had began that war without U.S. approval and US involvement, that would have been completely irresponsible. And at the time, people were euphoric, and there was hubris about the results and outcomes of the 12-day war. But I raised doubts about the achievements in that war, because I said that ostensibly the 450 kilograms of enriched uranium were not destroyed, and the Iranian capabilities of enriching uranium were harmed, but not stopped altogether. And the same was true for their missile industry, and the scientists and others who were killed are replaceable. And of course I said that the military feats of the IDF were indeed remarkable, but we mustn't delude ourselves, and it is our responsibility to honestly say that the strategic goals have not been achieved, and Iranian motivation to reach nuclear has only intensified. And the highlights or the insights I gave in January were actually supported by the outcomes of the Roaring Lion operation. And I said that the goal should be not to initiate war without knowing how we're going to come out of it. The State of Israel, as I said, has to plan its exit strategy in advance from such a war. And unlike previous wars, this war has existential significance, and therefore the considerations before we begin it have to be comprehensive and much heavier. And in this context, we must remember that Iran is a huge country. Its ability to withstand attacks is far greater than that of Israel. It is tremendous. And I also said that the common denominator that connects all the failures of Israel on October 7th and afterwards, indeed to date, is the Israeli hubris, the same Israeli ego that thinks too little and underestimates the enemy, overestimates our capabilities, and ignoring the warning signs and saying it's going to be okay. And just at the end of the 12-day war in June 2025, the Prime Minister Netanyahu said we have removed two immediate existential threats: the nuclear bomb threat and the ballistic missile threat. Well, that's not really true, is it? It seems that the Israeli public would have been happy to buy this illusion of the complete victory over Iran. It's great to be deluded by hubris, even if these feelings are actually founded on thin air. And I then concluded by saying, as long as we continue to embrace this hubris kind of atmosphere, we will keep making decisions that are dangerous and misguided. And in retrospect, we can indeed say that during the last war against Iran, Roaring Lion in February 2026, Israel and the United States perhaps won the tactical battle, but seemed to have lost the war, the strategic war. Hubris once again exploded in our faces, and the true test of war is not the number of goals destroyed, but one question: have the goals for which we have begun the war been achieved? And unfortunately, in the war in February 2026, the Iranian government was not toppled, the enriched material was not destroyed, the missile systems have been completely rebuilt, and Iran has not given up on any of its goals. We saw during the war that Iran didn't have to win on the military battlefield. It could still make achievements. All it had to do was threaten the economy, the global economy in the Straits of Hormuz, and it will affect the United States as well as Israel. And so, with great risk management, Iran has managed to limit Israel's freedom of action in Lebanon and has implemented a policy of uniting the fronts. And moreover, Iran seems to have also instilled in the awareness of the Gulf states and the Arab world that they should appease Iran. It would be better for them, and not to rely on what would seem to be a paper tiger, that is American and Israeli. And this poses an immediate threat to the integrity of the Abraham Accords. And I want to share another story with you right now. About 2 months after the ceasefire was declared between Iran and the United States, on June 7th, just this month, Iran launched several ballistic missiles toward Israel in response to an airstrike that Israel had perpetrated. And That night at 8:13 p.m., I opened the Flight Rider app, maybe you know it, and I was astonished to see that after many weeks during which no passenger plane had actually flown in the skies of Iran, 4 Iranian planes were flying from Tehran and Mashhad to the airport in Jeddah in the United States. It was a clear sign that the Iranians are about to launch ballistic missiles toward Israel, as they did just 2 hours after that. These 4 jets had landed in Jeddah in order to get them out of Iran so that they will not be hurt when Israel will counterattack because of the missile attack. But this Iranian-Saudi move means that the Saudi Arabia are keeping their channels open with Iran even during the war, in a way that would make it easier for them to get closer to Iran after the war. So if anyone believes that after this current round of fighting the Saudis will join the Abraham Accords, well, you're going to be sorely disappointed. And in that respect, signing the agreement with the Lebanese government, which unfortunately probably will not bring about the disarming of Hezbollah, is probably marking an end to the campaign in Lebanon that will not look like surrendering to an Iranian ultimatum as part of the negotiations Iran is having with the United States. So it seems like the moves made by Iran in this chess game is certainly better than the Israeli-American poker game moves. So what should Israel conclude from this war, roaring lion in February 2026? Israel must immediately prepare for the next round of fighting against Iran, which is probably imminent. And as part of it, it will need to work on 9 fronts. It needs to prepare for a nuclear Iran or a nuclear threshold state. Israel should look again at its ambiguity policy and perhaps to foster the distraction policy. Israel must reshape its policy of deterrence against Iran and to secretly prepare its strategy. Israel should expedite its laser development, defining it as an urgent national goal to create a defense that is comprehensive against ballistic missiles and even drones. Israel should completely defend the home front, and Israel should make sure that the economy is prepared for long rounds of fighting, both on the military and civilian levels, to make sure that we have ammunition, energy, food, water, and medicine for all. Israel should take action to preserve and reinforce its alliances with its neighbors and to strive for a regional alliance together with the United States and the moderate Arab states, even if that means making gestures on the Palestinian front. Israel must rehabilitate its status internationally and to focus its efforts on public diplomacy directed at younger audiences around the world. Israel must strive to create social unity and cohesion and to stop all actions that will divide us. It is an essential resource to have such cohesion. And above all, Israel should shake off this hubris, realize that military capabilities are limited, and form a long-term strategic policy. If we don't do that, Israel will once again find out that its tactical victories on the battlefield may end up in a lost war to the point of an existential threat to Israel in its existence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Boaz Ganor. Having heard Professor Reichman's overview, Professor Ganor's overview, I would now like to invite the Honorable President of the State of Israel, Mr. Yitzhak Herzog, and Mrs. Michal Herzog. Please stand up as they enter the room, and they will join us soon. Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Yitzhak Herzog. Good evening, Mrs. Michal Herzog. Thank you both for joining us. I am very happy to invite the President of the State of Israel, Mr. Yitzhak Herzog, to the podium to address us. Good evening, one and all. Founding President and Head and Director of the Board of Reichman University, and Michal and mine dear teacher, Professor Uriel Reichman. President of Reichman University and founder of the ICT, Professor Boaz Ganor, our dear friend. Yes, go ahead and applaud him. Head of the Institute for Policy and Strategy, Major General in Reserves, our dear friend Amos Gilad, U.S. Ambassador to Israel, our dear friend Mike Huckabee, and the State Controller, outgoing State Controller, not yet final, Matanyahu Engelman. Good luck as you complete your position. Your report, which you published today, is extremely important. A report on how this country functioned on October 7th. Thank you for that. I think we should all examine it deeply. Thank you all, and hello everyone. I would like to thank Reichman University for hosting us, the organizers of this conference, and for all who engage in this important work, for creating this platform where we can hear, make heard, and discuss the important challenges we are facing, and also the things that are outside of our usual daily routines. After 3 years of war and in preparation for the upcoming elections for the leadership of this country, the State of Israel is facing one of its most fateful points of decision. This is not just a political decision we're talking about, but a crossroads that will determine the future, a shared future for us all. We are living in a changing, dynamic world, a changing, dynamic reality. We are experiencing it. We feel it every single day. Here in this Israel, too, the State of Israel is changing. It is changing big time. 600,000 people who were living here when the state was established have long ago turned into millions, and we are now over 10 million, or about 10 million citizens. Among us are diverse populations, very different communities, with different stories, different opinions, sometimes ones that oppose one another. But thanks to this human mosaic, which is so strong and so diverse, Israel is an extraordinary success story. But with the challenges that we are facing, we must look them in the eye and acknowledge the changes that are happening within us. Because with the changes comes tension. And if we're honest, we'll be able to see it, and it's no secret that in this shared home of ours there are some cracks. If in the past we used to change alongside one another, it now feels that at times we are changing against one another. If in the past we used to change within stable, clear frameworks, these days it feels like the friction and division between us are breaking all of our agreements and understandings and the norms, and vis-a-vis this growing friction and the shared rules being eroded, more and more Israelis are concerned about the possibility of falling apart from within. And I would like to say something very simple. We must stop. We must stop before these threats, these cracks will reach the foundations, because these threats have already become apparent on the streets. We see them in the attitude toward Israel and its institutions. We see it in our attitude towards others. It fills social media, and that is very dangerous. It is dangerous because a society does not fall apart overnight. It does not wake up one morning and discovers that it has no shared language. It begins with slowly getting used to things, with a crawling adoption of negative norms, normalizing phenomena that I call becoming like an animal that is crawling into society, seeping in slowly into the society that we share here, which is so wonderful. And under the current state of events, there is not a single group or population within the Israeli society which is a majority. On the contrary, each group feels like a deprived minority. Every group, every population, and I'm saying this knowingly, every population feels like a deprived minority, a persecuted minority. And so, as a first step, each population is only shocked by the criminals of the other population, and are very forgiving toward their own criminals. And because the law is no longer applicable, the third stage is that we start making threats and spreading fake, and then we quickly get to the point where we say, if you don't agree with me, not only are you wrong, you're also becoming my enemy. And we have many examples, unfortunately. Pushes that talk about violence in the streets. They no longer surprise us. Anarchists who take the law into their own hands, criminals who fight among themselves and kill innocent people in both Arab and Jewish cities, or roads that are being blocked suddenly, no matter who the one blocking them is. All of these are warning signs that are glowing above our heads. Instead of being a diverse society of brothers and sisters who can fight but they also make up, we may end up a continent that has fallen apart and broken down and has become several islands of people who are exhausted, islands of people who feel like persecuted minorities, who lack a sense of justice. But islands are not a state. And so with the upcoming elections on the horizon, I call this a national time of emergency. A time of emergency also, though, for responsibility and hope, an opportunity, not the kind of emergency that seeks to erase identities, but an emergency that seeks to strengthen and bolster us, so we may be built and rebuilt within these frameworks, the kinds of frameworks that will allow all of us to grow together, to change together, and to prosper from here on out. We are no longer a small nation. We are no longer a young country. We are a society of millions of people who are together undergoing a social evolution. It is a natural development and evolution. It is a deep evolvement of a healthy, dynamic society, but the biggest question in this generation is not whether Israel is changing, because yes, I am saying clearly it is changing, it will continue to change. That is what nations do, certainly when they are growing, and that's how it should be. The question of this generation is, will Israeli society change together? Will we build a diverse Israeli identity that is different but still stable? And I think that this conference is the right place to be discussing fundamental questions, such as, will we be able to turn the social diversity into an advantage, or are we going to see it as a disadvantage? Will we be able to agree on shared principles and institutions that are strong, that will be able to contain us all, even when we are different, even when we change? My personal answer is that this great mission requires rewriting the Israeli contract, a contract that says it's okay to fight in order to promote our ideas, but never ever will we break the rules that apply to us all. A contract that allows us to completely disagree with others and to express our opinions, but never ever to turn those who disagree with us into enemies. A contract that says we are a free people, but freedom is not a responsibility. A contract that allows the deep pact between us to appear not only on the battlefield, a contract that says that we will change together, that we will grow together, and that we will start right now. The Israeli contract has to include three factors, in my opinion, three separate contracts.
Separate yet complementary. The first contract is that of obeying the law. The second one is the contract of belonging. And the third contract is the contract of tomorrow. And I would like to elaborate. Let's start with compliance to the law. It is obvious, and yet, I'll put this in simple words. If there is no one law to everyone, we do not have a common state. We can argue about policy, ideas, opinions. We are allowed to and should criticize and critique the elected officials, both the authorities and the institutions, but we cannot live in a country where every group lives according to a law that is convenient to it, and therefore the duty to comply with the law, to obey the law. Moreover, we cannot have a situation in which criminals are becoming heroes, quote unquote, because ostensibly they are criminals from our side. We mustn't allow criminal activities from any side. And the second contract we need to renew is the contract of belonging. Every citizen, each citizen is a member of this country, even if they belong to a minority. They can lose the elections, but they cannot lose the country. To win in the elections, but not think that that gives them permissions to wipe out half the country. A citizen can support the government without being an enemy of democracy, or object to it without being considered an enemy of against consciousness. And it's important to state that, because elections are not a civil war. Elections are our way to resolve conflicts and disagreements without violence. So there is a civic duty to participate them, to respect them, and to respect the results. And I demand of all Israelis, go, participate, vote. Use your right, execute your right to vote. And it's important to remember, elections change governments, but they do not replace the people. Democracy is the art of knowing, to know how to win without trampling on others, to know how to lose without breaking everything apart, to know how to disagree without hating, to know how to be in conflict without sending away the other from the common home of Israel. Because the state of Israel is a home to all of us, all the citizens, anybody who wants to be part of the Israeli story. And sometimes there are disagreements or shouts at home, and there's pain and there are tears, and a very big family lives in the home. And when you're with your family, it's okay to say some very, very harsh things, perhaps the harshest. That's how it is. The third contract is the contract of tomorrow. A society cannot live on fear alone, or on frustration, or a sense of vengeance. Our participation in the home is not merely a result of the pains of the past. A society needs a purpose and meaning, hope, and tomorrow. And Israel has a purpose, Israel has a tomorrow, and it has hope. And this tomorrow is a great one. And as we face the noise, as we see the noise coming from the screens and the algorithms which encourage radicalization and extremism, I suggest that you look to the right, to the center, to the left, and vice versa, because Michal and myself can tell you from our own personal experience, we meet thousands of Israelis every week. And I can tell you that beyond the background noise, we have an incredible people here with amazing people, and these people want more and more connections, are searching for these connections, want more and more integration. More and more groups are seeking to be part of the Israeli story, and more groups are seeking to realize the Zionist vision. More young people from the periphery reach the points of having an impact. More and more ultra-Orthodox are participating in the labor market, and more ultra-Orthodox Jews, we don't always show them, but they wish to serve both in the military and in the security forces. And more Arab citizens are looking for an Israeli future. They participate in civil service. They are part of the civil service administration. They want participation and a good future for them and their children. And more new immigrants are breaking through glass ceilings in all areas of life. And more Druze men and women are breaking additional records. And there are endless examples, even here in the Reichman University. And simultaneously, we see a new kind of traditionalism being evolved, a diverse one that is seeking for a root, a family, a community, a belief, identity, and it opens an entire range of notes and sounds in the broad spectrum of Judaism, and it doesn't necessarily fall into the old and familiar templates, the attempt to judge people based on what they do, wear on their heads or not, is doomed to fail from the outset. And we mustn't be afraid of these changes. We simply must not. These are all forces of life. Thanks to these forces, Israel is evolving, developing, and growing, and going in new directions. The Israel of tomorrow will be more diverse, more complex, more aware of the multiple identities it includes, the pains and the hopes it has. And for Israel not to be torn apart, and for the change to propel us forward and not break us down from the inside, we must have frameworks. We must have a contract. We need a school system, an educational system that teaches both education and civics. We need a popular military, a military of the people that both connects and celebrates diversity, a labor market that opens up its gates but also demands responsibility and accountability. We need a strong local authority, and we also need one country. We need a rule of law which corresponds with the social developments but has one law that applies to everyone, and we need a strong democracy with institutions where we determine some very clear-cut boundaries between the different authorities. And that is the major challenge. That's the major challenge of Israeli society as we see it. Not to oppress the new forces that are seeking to be integrated and to have a seat at the table, to let them grow, to allow them to grow, to establish frameworks of a shared life with them, so that we can all build a path of a new shared Israeli tomorrow, a tomorrow in which we all march towards together. Ladies and gentlemen, since the beginning of our existence as a nation, striving for change has always run in our veins, and I don't know if Moses would have recognized King David, and I don't know if he would find himself in the Israeli communities and the diaspora, and I can guess that had our forefathers come here today, they would have looked at us with awe and surprise, and I believe that also with great pride, because the Jewish people had always changed, has always transformed, but it always did so through common foundations, through the belief in the future and tomorrow, and the belief that if we're together, we can rise to any challenge. And if anybody needs a reminder to the challenges and the abilities, you're welcome to join Michal and myself in one of our visits with the bereaved families of the many soldiers who have been killed in this war. Beloved sons and daughters, we come and we visit them every day, every week. So many families. And these families are found all over the country. They come from every community and from every sector. It's simply imaginary to see this. It is so moving. They carry with them pain and bereavement that remind us of the holy covenant and alliance of life, which is at the foundation of our existence as a nation and as a society. And from all of them, I keep hearing the words, if we can die together, when we're so different from each other, then we must also live together and to change and transform together as we face all the threats. And that is why I had established in the President's House a national movement that's called Exchanging Words, and it is breaking walls between Israelis of all poles so that we can build together a common Israeli tomorrow, that we will march towards it different yet more united. So I would like to say in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call out from this platform very clearly to all the people of Israel, both male and female. We must all internalize that these changes are here. They are already a part of us. The choice how to react to them, that's up to us. And with 3 words, we can build together our next floor. And these words are law, belonging, and future. That is the responsibility we all have, and I'm confident that we will succeed because it is up to us. And I'd like to invite everybody to take a look, to participate, and to embark on this path together. Thank you very much, and good luck. Thank you very much to the President for these important words and emphasizing democracy and unity. And the President stated that we are at a time of crisis. We cannot ignore that. And at such times, it is the role of the state controller is especially important. I am delighted to invite the 9th state controller, Netanyahu Engelman. And by the way, today at midnight, you're supposed to finish your term of office, right? Supposed to, they emphasize that word, but we're wondering what's to come. So this is your last public appearance in office, and the interview will be held with Attila Shumpalvi. Is he here? Attila, are you here?
Hi, Attila.
Hi, Attila. There you go. Okay then, good afternoon, Mr. President, Professor Reichman, Madam, Michal Herzog, Mr. Controller. I think that we can all relate to what you've said, Mr. President, calling for unity in the State of Israel. And I, as a citizen of this country, would like to congratulate you for your efforts. And hopefully everything you've just said here will reach the ears of politicians. I had wanted to prepare for this interview after all 15 minutes with the outgoing controller with reports and staunch criticism of the IDF. But I'd like to thank the judges of the High Court of Justice for preparing the interview. So if you could just speak your mind and tell us whatever you want. No, now seriously. A guillotine fell on your head yesterday, didn't it? No, that's not how I see it. First of all, As the state controller, we respect the ruling of the High Court of Justice. It's important for everybody to respect and honor the ruling of the High Court of Justice. If the High Court of Justice that there are 4 topics we won't address, then we won't do so. If they determine that we'll have to complete certain areas in the forced reports, we will do so. It's important to check the controller, and whatever the High Court of Justice said, we will uphold. And yet, I would like to share with you 2 very important things. First of all, the people of Israel deserve answers. It's almost 3 years after October 7th. I, as state controller, in January of 2024, I've already said, and I started my report on 50 people, and this now we've just published a report on the evacuation of the wounded. The evacuation of the wounded on October 7th, hundreds who cried out, hundreds who hemorrhaged, and no one was there to help them. And yes, we as a society, we must be attentive to criticism. And I'm saying that part of the problem of October 7th is, and I'm saying this after having completed almost 50 reports regarding October 7th, the absence of attention to the different voice, to the critical voice, a voice that says, wait a minute, everybody thinks X, but actually reality is Y. And it's true that we need to listen to that scout who said to the Major General, the head of the Military Intelligence Directorate, look, when they're practicing, sir, they're not practicing and training for a parade. This is a risk for all Israelis. And it's true that as a state controller, I need to address these matters. And I'd like to say 2 aspects which were important for me. First of all, the issue of learning lessons. If we wish to live, then we have to learn from failures. And when there is a major failure, the state controller won't look into it. It must. So did they cause damage when they prevented you from addressing this and reviewing this? Look. We speak through our reports, our audit reports. We've completed 50 reports on issues pertaining to the war, things that preceded October 7th or led up to it, and things that happened later. Let me give you some examples on our reports. The criticism over the political echelon, the fact that there is no security concept, and how they conducted the evacuation of over 250,000 Israeli citizens. Is there anyone integrating this? Is there a law for the home front? And what if we need to evacuate the entire population of the north of Israel? How are we preparing for that? That's one thing. On the other hand, issues like I mentioned earlier, the evacuation of the wounded. Let me give you an example. Do you know how many briefings and audits there were about the evacuation of wounded, of the injured? Except for the controller's report, 0. Yes, the IDF did discuss a bit the issue of hell evacuation. But let me just say one more thing in this context. You know whom I see when I think about this? When we sit to prepare our report and sit with the commander of the Southern Command, and we also meet with the commander of the division, we ask him, did you know that there were civilians wounded? Now, who can check this? Only the state controller, because the IDF researches itself, Magen David Adom, the Israeli Red Cross, checks itself, or a national commission of inquiry, Yes, absolutely. I think, and I'd like to reiterate, I'm in favor of anyone reviewing and auditing, like I said. Excuse me for saying this, but it could be reviewing a soldier who's out there, any commission of inquiry, but I think you're playing it a bit naive. It's not playing naive. What do you mean a female soldier? The state controller operates according to the law, okay? And the law explicitly determines that after the state controller submits a report on a certain topic, it can recommend the establishment of a commission of inquiry or not. And there's another element, there's the State Controllers Committee for an appointment of a National Committee of Inquiry. So for me, as an auditor, I can only work within the confines of my responsibility. Let me tell you something else which is also relevant to October 7th, and it's very important. We shouldn't each think what others should be doing. Let's concentrate on what we should do. Okay, let's pause here for a second. I'd like to ask you a question about something that did bring some applause here regarding a National Commission of Inquiry. Do you think, sir, as somebody who understands how the controller's system is operated, do you think it is a mistake or even a bit of a scandal, the fact that they haven't appointed yet a National Commission of Inquiry that will address all the failures pertaining to October 7th? Is that a mistake? Is that damage to the State of Israel? With your permission, as a controller, I'd only like to talk about what I'm responsible for. I do not appoint a National Commission of Inquiry. Look, I do have an approach and I do have a position, and yet, as the controller, okay, so what is your personal opinion as a professional? You know what, I'd like, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Please give me a chance, okay? Look, sir, Mr. Controller, I am wondering, because you've seen what you can do, what the institution that you're heading is capable of, what is the bandwidth in which you can operate. And I'd like to ask your own personal professional opinion. Is that a damage? Is that a mistake? Look, I'd like to state explicitly the following. Number one, I think that any entity of inquiry regarding October 7th is something which is a must, including any commission of inquiry that will be established. Thank you. Hold on. Look, let me emphasize my point. Can any commission do that holy work that you did? Look, Attila, my answer is, once again, as I look in the mirror, I only ask myself what I should do. And then I answer that. And my answer is that we, as the State Controller's Office, we published 50 reports. We're committed to the citizens of Israel. Let me tell you something else. I now have a report about providing the permission to the music festival in Re'im and its safeguarding. 400 people were murdered. Do the parents deserve answers? We have the answers. I'd like to publish that. And yes, I insist on that, and we're going to complete whatever is necessary. But let me say one more thing. The person preventing you from publishing these reports, is that causing harm? Is that damaging the State of Israel, including the judges of the High Court of Justice? Look, I accept their position, but let me tell you which objections I did encounter. I determined early on that in these reports on the failure, we're going to determine who's responsible, and there was something else I defined, that those responsible are in all echelons, military, civilian, political, and I also determined that I'd like to address those who are at the helm, the Prime Minister, the ministers in the army, from the level of Brigadier General and above in the government ministries, the CEOs and deputy CEOs. And for example, for the Prime Minister, I addressed a personal responsibility on 4 different issues, and he really took it to heart. Look, that really challenged us with those who were controlled, those who were audited and reviewed. Let me say something else, and I'd like to address what the President said, adhering to the law. We in the Israeli public life, I think that the only standard of public management shall always be regarding the question, did you make a criminal offense or not? And if you did, then you have a turpitude and you cannot serve in public office. As the Controller, I'd like to raise the banner of responsibility of senior office holders, and that was the source, the main source of objection from different elements when I said to them in my reports that they're responsible. Hold on, this is important. So you're saying that you would like the Controller's report to be binding for senior office holders, that is Prime Minister and beneath him, to assume responsibility even if it's not criminal in the sense, look, what I'm saying, you would expect the Prime Minister to resign following the reports? Look, I do not fire prime ministers. You have the citizens, but he did appear in front of you. Yes, he did. Look, when I saw fit as the controller to say, you, the prime minister, are responsible for A or for B, I said that, and with all the implications that has, and I'm saying that about others as well. So you expect politicians to assume responsibility following the controller's reports? I think that any people, any person in public office, any public elect figure, and anybody in military position must take responsibility for what they are doing. And the answer is yes, this is not a bar we should abandon in the Israeli public sphere. And just as we know in private organizations and private companies, and by the way, I'm saying this with a great respect for those whom we're auditing, when we have a report on the commander of the Southern Command, he did not leave his base for an entire year after October 7th, and the same applies to the former Chief of General Staff and the Prime Minister and others. These are people that, according to their own views, they devoted their whole lives for the sake of the people of Israel, and yet I, as a controller, I tell them what they're responsible for, and therefore what the failure is and what responsibility they have to take for that failure. I don't know exactly what's in this folder that's on your lap, but maybe there are things there that you haven't published. Let's take 5 quotes from the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister appeared in front of you, he later said that some terrible things, terrifying things were said, and then in the High Court of Justice, they said that he was taking out the secret records or minutes, and they prevented you from doing it. We're among family, even though there are cameras. Please tell us what the Prime Minister said. I'm not asking for too much. What caused such an upheaval that the judges of the High Court of Justice said, stop, it shouldn't be leaked out? Look, I haven't signed this decision. I'm saying, what did the Prime Minister say? Let me say that when the High Court of Justice said that we will not deal with certain, once the High Court of Justice said we're not going to address certain topics, then we won't. And yet I'd also like to tell you that we have issued a series of questions to the senior political echelon and to the senior military echelon, and the Prime Minister in our conversation answered all of these very thoroughly. Others chose not to always appear in front of us, and I have to say that as full disclosure, proper disclosure. And I think that coming in front of the State Controller, it's not a right, it's not a privilege, it's a duty of every office holder or public elect figure, because the State Controller represents the eyes, the ears, and the mouth of the Israeli citizens. So it's important that this continues to be conducted independently as part of the Israeli democratic fabric. You started out your term of office with a lot of criticism, and people said that you were close to certain politicians or to a certain politician. And now I'd like to ask you, now that several years have passed and you're finishing your term of office, first of all, were you offended by that? Did that somehow influence your activities? And can you tell us completely honestly that you were completely independent in your auditing and controlling of those whom you're controlling? And did you address the most sensitive issues in the State of Israel? Look, I had advertised close to over 600 reports. There's not one sensitive topic in Israeli society that we did not choose to address. And thanks to my independence, I chose to address these topics. And I'd like to share with you, and it's very important for me as a message I'm giving here, my perception very briefly in the world of state controlling, and that is the importance that the controller will serve as a voice for the voiceless. to carry the social banner, to choose topics of populations that their voice is rarely heard or isn't heard in the Israeli society. It could be about the aging of the population. It could be about collecting means of warfare in the Arab sector. It could also be about racism against Ethiopian Jews from law enforcement. It could be a report on prevention of domestic violence. And I'd like to address the report that will be published next week. It's perhaps the last one. And that is about trafficking of women. And we choose on purpose to focus on these population groups. Some people might say that you chose these topics in order not to use the sharp teeth of the state controller and to tackle senior officials. I completely object to this statement. We had some very significant reports, including on topics such as corruption prevention. As a controller, I had submitted to the Attorney General more cases where there was suspicion of criminal activity than previous state controllers had. And I still like to say, and please take it to your attention, Attila, we must hear the voices of those whose voice isn't being heard in Israeli society. It could be the wounded. We just published a report on their condition. It could be the reservists who study in higher education institutions. Not always the topics that are on the top of the media's agenda. I believe that the controller and his independence doesn't necessarily need to address these topics. And let me tell you once again, for me as a controller, this is the set of values I had brought with me. Alongside that, we published 50 reports on the topic of October 7th. There is no one factor in Israeli public life who address this at all levels. And if we look quite honestly at the IDF that published its own briefings, at what level were these published? Excuse me for saying that platoon commander who did storm or not. So there's an extreme. I didn't say that they're trying to whitewash. Do you think, in your professional opinion, were these IDF reports, and the IDF itself had a lot of reservations about these, and I think it's very important for every factor to brief themselves and review themselves. I think the independence of the state controller is extremely important. Sir, before we finish.
Because we're already in the red zone. The independence of the state controller. 2 weeks ago, your successor, has been appointed. Were selected. I think the word independence, or rather, I think it's been your way. So the outgoing state controller, please, should a state controller be selected in 2026 instead of Israel? Is this the way it should look? Let me say two things in this context. First of all, I don't think that a person who finishes a position should be talking about their successor. They should only focus on what they do or what they don't do themselves. And the second thing I want to say is that specifically because it depends upon a judicial or a legal process, I think we should listen to the Supreme Court of Justice as we do for ourselves. Thank you very much, Netanyahu and Engelman, for your service and all you have done in the last few years. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the State Controller, Mr. Netanyahu Engelman and Attila. And now I am delighted to invite the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, who is here with us, His Excellency Mike Huckabee, to address us.
Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for coming. ברכות, חיבוקים. Mr. Ambassador, Mike Huckabee, the stage is yours. Thank you for coming.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is such a privilege to be here. I didn't realize I was supposed to already come to the stage and speak. I'm down there doing my courtesy hellos to the president, but really what I wanted to do is to give a warm embrace to the magnificent First Lady of Israel, our friend Michal. We are very blessed to have gotten to know President and Mrs. Herzog, and what a blessing it has been to really get to know them. And I hope they don't mind. I would just say, rather than look at them as the President and First Lady, we just see them as very dear, special friends with whom we have come to love and appreciate very, very much. I wanted to, and I hope you don't mind, I'd like to share my comments this afternoon in Hebrew, except I don't know how. So if you don't mind, I'm going to have to just do it in the only language that I know. Not that I'm good at it, but it's the only one I have. So I hope that speaking in English will be okay. I tell people that one of the things that I learned when I became ambassador was that you have to check President Trump's social media feed every day. I don't know if you know this or not, but he is famous for firing people in the middle of the night on social media. So the first thing I do every morning is I wake up and I see his Twitter account. And I find out if I've been fired. And if I haven't, I get dressed and I go to the embassy and go to work. If one day I wake up and I realize I don't have a job anymore, I will say, Janet, it's time to pack up and head back to Arkansas. But so far, so good. And I'm glad that he has not dismissed me in the middle of the night. I tell people that when he was looking for an ambassador during this particular term, someone said to him, Mr. President, you should send to Israel a Maccabee. He misunderstood them, and he sent a Huckabee instead. So therefore, here I am. Last week was an extraordinary week for Israel, the United States, and the state of Lebanon. A historic time of a peace agreement. Many people may not fully appreciate that the most significant thing that happened was that Lebanon recognized it is not at war with Israel. Israel already knew that it was not at war with Lebanon. Lebanon has a problem with Hezbollah, not Israel. Israel has a problem with Hezbollah, not with Lebanon. And as that became the really foundation of the discussions, over 5 different meetings that we had in Washington, D.C. for the past couple of months, there was a warmth that developed that really was not supposed to happen. Many people may not realize that since 1955, the Lebanese had a law that they were not supposed to engage with the Israelis, have a conversation with them, and for that matter, be in the same room. I remember after a few hours of our first time together with the U.S., Israel, and Lebanon, I looked up during one of the breaks and I saw an Israeli general in a one-on-one discussion with a Lebanese general. They were both part of their delegations. Michel Issa, who is the U.S. ambassador to Lebanon, and I were sitting talking, and I said to him, I want to take a picture of this, but I know it would probably be an invasion of the moment, so I'm not. But I said, Michel, turn around and look at what we're seeing. And he looked and he saw what I saw, which was a Lebanese general and an Israeli general having a conversation, but it was with warmth and smiles and camaraderie. And when I saw that, I realized I was watching something historic. And I began to believe this may work. President Herzog said something a few weeks ago when these talks first got started. I've quoted him at least a dozen times, if not more. He made one of the most magnificent statements that I have heard, and I said it the first time that we met with the delegations. I said, I want to quote President Herzog, who had an aspirational vision for what these talks should one day result in. He said, I long for the day when I can get in my car in Jerusalem and drive all the way to Beirut. And I thought, that is a beautiful picture of what we all can hope for, is that one day normalization will happen in such a degree that not just President Herzog, but any of us could get in a car in Jerusalem, drive to Beirut, and most importantly, drive back. And Mr. President, I want to say thank you for giving us because now here we go. I once had a speaking event. The microphone went out. I did one of the dumbest things I've ever done. I said, "Can you folks in the back hear okay?" And a fellow in the back of the room said, "No, sir, and we sure appreciate it too." So you may regret that they figured out how to turn it all back on. But I was saying my deep appreciation for the vision that President Herzog gave about a normalization process that would work to transform the relationship between Israel and Lebanon. And by this agreement, one of the things that happened was it took it away from the Iranians, who wanted so much to inject themselves into any discussion between Israel and Lebanon. They have no role in it. They have no reason to stick their nose in it. And because really the courage of the Lebanese government, and it took some courage to do what they did, and the tenacity and the courage of the Israeli government, this agreement was signed last week. And even though there is still a long road ahead for the disarmament and the dismantling of Hezbollah in Lebanon, for the first time we see real hope and opportunity now that we have established that Israel and Lebanon are not at war. But there is a common enemy, and that enemy is the Iranian-backed terror proxy, Hezbollah, that has killed more Americans than any other of the proxy groups in all of the Iranian orbit. I want to express some things, and I'm just having a few moments, so I'm going to be as careful as I can to get through these things. But I want to say what a blessing it is this year to be an American, because America is 250 years old as of this coming Saturday. Yes, I'm fairly old, but I was not around at the beginning of the country. I just want to make that clear. We think of 250 years in America as being an extraordinarily long time. But the fact is, when I realize where I am here in Israel, and I realize you guys have been around for 3,800 years and still going, we feel kind of young as a nation. But as I've said many times over the last several weeks, sometimes much to the consternation of people who can't really understand what I'm trying to say, is that America owes its heritage, its foundation, to the land where I am right now. Because it is upon the Jewish faith and the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that my own Christian faith was formed. And it was the Judeo-Christian foundation upon which all of Western civilization was formed. The idea that there is sanctity of the individual, personal responsibility to the one God creator of the universe, that is the basis of all Western civilization. That we live under a law that is not simply the manufacturing of government, it is the divine appointment of what God gave first to Moses on Mount Sinai and then throughout history. If there had never been that law, if there had never been the Jewish people to whom that law was given, and then through whom the responsibility was handed to make sure that that law, that natural law, would be preserved and passed on, there would never have been an America. And our founders in America understood that. That's why George Washington gave so much credit in his writings and in his speaking to the fact that America owes its roots to the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It is why that John Adams and Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson wanted the picture of the parting of the Red Sea on the United States Great Seal when it was established. It's why that on the walls of the United States Supreme Court, the 10 Commandments are posted. And it is why that on the 250th birthday of America, I want to say thank you. Thank you to the Jewish people. Thank you to Israel. And we appreciate the extraordinary relationship and partnership that we have. It is a unique partnership, the likes of which we've never had with any other country. This past weekend, I had a meeting with Admiral Cooper, who is the head of CENTCOM. He has told me this on several occasions, but he made this very clear, and he said, you have no idea that in his entire military career, there has never been a relationship like the relationship between the United States military and the Israeli IDF in the course of fighting the terror of Iran. We've had many friends and allies through the years, but the United States has never had a partner that we have served with in such a seamless way as we have with Israel. It's unprecedented. It truly has no comparison. I'll give you an example. In the Operations Center during 6.5 weeks of intense combat and warfare, if one went into the Operations Center, you would see soldiers who were sitting shoulder to shoulder, side by side, and if you did not notice the patches on their sleeve, you would not realize which one is the Israeli and which one is the American, because the only difference was the patches on their sleeve. Otherwise, the relationship was so incredibly close and seamless that they were working as one. When the planes were flying wingtip to wingtip, when an American tanker was fueling an Israeli jet, we don't have anything to compare to. It was an operation that one day in history, when all of the files can be fully declassified, and I would love to tell you some of the stories, but I can't because they are classified. But someday, these stories will be told. And when they are, there will be many people in the world whose jaws will drop when they realize that this extraordinary partnership that we have experienced this year resulted in the saving of the lives not only of our military, but thousands upon thousands of people in Israel whose lives were protected because there was such a level of cooperation, not just between our military, but between our intelligence agencies that preserved and protected all of the people who would have been in harm's way had it not been for that relationship. And I thank God that there was such a willingness on the part of both the American military and the Israeli military to put aside any concerns or any sense of not being able to trust and coming together with a level of trust that was absolutely extraordinary and historic in every single way. I want to say thanks to President Trump, whose actions as president I think sometimes may get overlooked. And I want to make sure you remember that it was President Trump who, when many presidents before him said that they just couldn't quite move the capital of Israel to Jerusalem officially for the United States and move our embassy, he recognized Jerusalem as the indigenous, undisputed, forever permanent capital of the Jewish people and the Israeli government, and moved our embassy to Jerusalem where it always should have belonged. He recognized the Golan Heights as the sovereign territory of the nation of Israel. His leadership helped bring every hostage, both living and dead, home to their families. His establishment of the Board of Peace, while there's a long road to go, has resulted in there being a relative quiet in the Gaza envelope, the likes of which has not existed since October the 7th. I hope that we always will have this level of relationship and partnership. And I want to say very clearly, sometimes people in America, and perhaps even here in Israel, will say, oh, America, you know, they do stuff for Israel. I want to be very clear. Israel does a lot of things for America, and I appreciate it. It is not a one-way street. There are benefits that we get in technology, benefits that we get in agriculture, benefits that we receive because of the relationship of intelligence that you share with us that saves, protects, and takes care of Americans all over the world. There are many things that we just take for granted in America, and Americans are probably just arrogant enough to believe they invented all of it. But whether it's the facial recognition systems that make it easier to go through an airport, or whether it's some of the computer chips that run every single computer that we personally own, whether it's car navigation systems, or whether it's more practical things like cherry tomatoes or seedless watermelons. Maybe the most important things are those. But whatever it may be, it is a matter that we have because there is a relationship that I personally want to just express is a great benefit to the 330 million people of America. And I hope that the 10 million people of Israel find it to be as satisfying for you as it is for us. Thank you very much. God bless you. And God bless the United States on its 250th birthday. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador Mike Huckabee.
I would like to thank the President of the State of Israel and Mrs. Herzog for being here with us, and as they are leaving, please stand up.
קהל נכבד,
Dear audience, we would like to proceed after having heard such comprehensive reviews about the place we are living in from such different angles. Let us begin our first session for the next 2 intense and fascinating days. So I am delighted to invite to the stage Major General in Reserves Amikam Norkin, the commander of the Israeli Air Force and former head of the Planning Division, who is working in the Institute for Policy and Strategy, the IPS at Reichman University. Please take a seat. You're waiting for everyone. Such a gentleman you are. Tzachi Hanegbi. Please take the stage, who was the Minister of Internal Security and former head of National Security Council. Tamir Fardo, the former head of Mossad, a senior researcher at IPS, the Institute for Policy and Strategy. Just look at this distinguished panel. David Makovsky,
Washington Institute for Near East Policy, Director Project. Hello, thank you for being here. An Arab-Israel relationship.
And the moderator of this panel is Yoav Limor, the senior military correspondent for Channel 12 and Israel Hayom.
You are so polite. Get seated, please. Please get seated. חברים, ערב טוב, תודה שבאתם.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you for the honor. Amos is not here, but for moderating this opening panel, which will talk about the changes in regional and global settings. And on Thursday, we will be marking 1,000 days to this war. 1,000 days is a good time, a good point in time to review where we are. So the same question for all 4 of you. Please decide which angle to tackle this from. 1,000 days into the war, Major General in Reserves Norkin, is Israel in a better place than it was before the October 7th, or in a worse place than it was before October 7th? Good afternoon, and thank you for this privilege. There are many parameters to be considered in this question, and sometimes it all gets mixed up like a salad, and it's very difficult to find where the cucumbers are and where the tomatoes are, which is why I will give the military angle. From a military perspective, our current state of affairs is much, much better. The significant threat from the north, which was the most significant threat in the first circle, has been removed, in my opinion, and the Iranian threat has been detrimental, has really encountered such detriment, much more than I thought was possible. This is goes in lines with what the ambassador has said, and maybe it got buried by the strategic issues and others. But in Gaza, we still have years before us before we will be seeing a reasonable, satisfactory solution. But from a military perspective only, that's my answer. Tzachi Hanegbi, can you give us the political aspect? Maybe before I say that, there are things that we have paid for and we cannot get back. We have thousands who have been killed, thousands of families, that nothing good or bad that will ever happen can ever, comfort them. There are hundreds of thousands of injured and wounded, some permanently so. And on the political front, there have also been some difficult things that have taken place. The state of Israel is currently being ostracized by the world, by many countries, and I don't know how long it will take to recover from that. But our relationship with the United States, at least to date, has brought us all the things, has given us the conditions to do everything that Amikam has said we have achieved, and hopefully we will get to much better places, and we can of course analyze it from many aspects, but this is basically it. Tamir? As Norkin said, it's a complicated story. I view things a little differently, as I always do. On a military level, Israel was a very strong country in the Middle East with phenomenal capabilities that were built over several decades. And on D-Day it was demonstrated. But military force does not solve anything. Military force only aims to provide a political outcome. And if after 1,000 days we have not reached such a political goal, then we have to ask ourselves what's happened and why. And when I hear the Israeli politicians from end to end almost of the spectrum, I don't understand whether we are about to face 1,000 more days or maybe 2,000. There is no indication of how this is going to be ending. And when I look at Israeli society, and here I want to agree with what Tzachi has said, aside from the huge, terrible number of deceased and fallen, we have a huge amount or number of wounded, and especially those who have been mentally affected, those who are not only the warriors and soldiers who have fought for this country, but many civilians who have been left wounded, stranded by the wayside, and the war continues. David, please look at it from the Israeli-American perspective. Would you rather speak in English?
Go ahead.
Okay. Look, I'm not going to repeat what Amikam or Tzachi or Tamir said. There's so many dimensions of this. I would just say two quick observations. Sometimes on the Middle East side, this is the biggest stress test of modern Middle Eastern history, the October 7th aftermath. Sometimes the news isn't what happens, is what didn't happen. None of the countries that had relations with Israel under the Abraham Accords, Jordan, Egypt, for all the problematic nature, none of them rescinded their signature. The peace treaties were not broken. I cannot imagine a bigger stress test ever, and they survived it. It's not commented upon in Israel, but sometimes the news that doesn't happen is the real news. On the American side, the situation is bleak. I would say in almost 40 years of following this issue, I've never seen numbers like this. 60% of Americans disapprove of Israel. 80% of Democrats disapprove of Israel. 57% of Republicans, under 49% of disapprove of Israel. This is the toughest environment. We'll hopefully have time to talk about the U.S.-Israel, the horseshoe politics that is brought together left and right, because they're different critiques. One is on the Palestinians, one is on the special relationship with U.S. and Israel. Hopefully we'll have time to discuss it. This is a challenge that Israel has not faced before. I worry about an American embargo of weapons that sounds so crazy to Israelis. I don't think this is impossible when now the norm on the Democratic Party is conditionality of weapons. There used to be a Berlin Wall between policy differences and security support. And I'm worried that we're in a different moment now in time, and this requires serious strategic thinking, but I have to keep it short, so I'll stop right here.
Thank you for that, David. Thank you for keeping it short. Now, I'd like to just add one more sentence of my own. We're talking strategy, but I think that one of the biggest problems of this war that people talked about 7 fronts, but I think that there are many more fronts than that. The international front is a dramatic one, and the domestic front is also dramatic, and the internal situation in Israel is worse than what it was on October 6th. I mean, if you live here, you watch TV, you see politics, you see the elections campaign, campaign. We all understand that. We all understand where we're heading. And in this respect, I am afraid that we did not learn that much from the disaster that occurred and then the sacrifice of so many civilians and soldiers. And if we don't know how to do it here, we definitely won't know how to do it outside. Now, I'd like to try and break down and address three main pillars. One is Iran, one is Lebanon, and one is the U.S. Let's talk about Iran. We started out this recent campaign on October 28th with a lot of hopes that the regime will topple, that they'll take out all the nuclear weapons from Iran. And you'll probably tell me that, you know, hope is not a work plan. We went to war with Iran in the first round. The first full round was exactly a year ago. And if anybody asks me, that was the war in which we had a tremendous achievement, a wonderful achievement for the State of Israel in our collaboration with the U.S. But the measure wasn't completed. The Air Force aircrafts were supposed to remain above Tehran at least for the first 72 hours of the negotiations that was supposed to begin. Yet nothing began. Nothing started. We demolished, we left rubble after us, but we didn't take that basic step of a negotiation towards a new agreement, a good agreement. It kind of got stopped in the middle and wasn't completed. And then we started the second act. And the second act, in my view, was not a good one. It did not yield what it was supposed to deliver, first of all, because it couldn't bring what it was planned to bring. And I think, and at least I heard both President Trump on February 28th at night, as he sent the Iranian protesters back home, promising them that once you hear the sound, you have 24 to 48 hours, and that's it. You'll get the country under new management. And the next morning, the Israeli Prime Minister spoke to the Iranian people in Farsi and said to the Iranians the same thing that the President of the U.S. said to them, but that wasn't the case. And then the war ended, and regretfully, with Iran persevering as it faced the largest empire in the world, i.e. the U.S., and its partner, Israel, and it remained with a strong backbone, and the end, we do not know yet. Who knows? I'd like to ask you, Tzachi, perhaps we wanted too much, perhaps we didn't, suffice with what we should have sufficed with, because there was a military victory, no argument about that, but they really feel that, they have the upper hand, Iran. Look, excuse me, Tamir, but the reality that you're describing is a reality that perhaps we would wish for, but you cannot coerce, just like you cannot force the other side to give in. In military means you cannot force them to give in, to surrender under political or diplomatic measures. After Rising Lion and the Americans joined it, after they saw that things were going well, at the beginning they weren't certain that they're going to join us, but they understood that this is how it was heading, and they gave this informal green light. But once they saw that it was going well, just like Tamir described, they joined the bandwagon. That's how they say it in English. And indeed, what they did is something that we could not have done with our power and our capabilities of our Air Force at a site called Fordow. It came to an end, the war, as it was planned. It was planned for about 8 to 10 days, and then because the Americans joined, it lasted an additional 2 days, and then even President Trump said that they should stop because he wanted something short and focused and succinct, and then there was this hope that the Iranians would draw lessons, but throughout the month between June and February 28, That's 6 months, Tamir. The Americans had asked and asked. I don't want to use even more dramatic or stronger words, but there was no one to listen. They weren't willing to hear anything that even comes close to negotiations that would be relevant to our interests and the interests of the U.S. And then there was the development in the region in December and January when the Americans once again took the lead. They took the lead of this kinetic measure, an attack, an offensive. We didn't have that moment, as we always want, to have a diplomatic leg that ends a military procedure. And now, even after this war, we see how the defiance, the persistence, the stubbornness, that Shiite suicide tendency is just as determined as it was in Rising Line Nolkin. We saw some two impressive rounds of the Air Force in Iran. We heard the Minister of Defense saying that they're preparing for a blue and white operation. Can this be done endlessly without, overstressing this unique tool called the Air Force? You can always do everything, but the question is, what's the right thing to do? To continue and do it very frequently? I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think that the damage caused to Iran is very significant. And when we're talking about the Iranians, we always need to make a distinction between what's actually happening in reality and the Iranian declarations, who like to speak very loftily, and even when things are bad. But just like Tzachi said, we didn't hurt them sufficiently in order to bring them to the right point in the negotiations. That's my opinion. So we might see yet another act. But considering the time we have in this panel and the purpose of the panel, let me just take what Tamir said, the military reality, the strategic reality, and I'm connecting the military tier to the strategic floor. We won't be able to yield a lot more achievements with more bombs. Therefore, I think that the State of Israel is finding itself at a very significant junction in which policy, strategic decisions will have to be made. And I think that our proceeding with Lebanon, that's the right way to do it. Instead of additional bombs, and this agreement that was signed, I mean, it's far from being a peace agreement, but at least it interrupts the axis between Lebanon and Iran through a diplomatic measure. And additional diplomatic measures will be required. And I think that, I guess, we will continue to drop bombs here and there, but the major things that are going to determine Israel's future in the next decade are political decisions.
On Trump. On Iran.
On Iran. Look, there was no doubt there's a division within. You had a whole group, I think, of Vice President Vance was very skeptical from the start. We're hearing reports that there was questions even about the chairman of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, the head of the CIA, Ratcliffe. The president is the president. It's clear the other wing of the Republican Party that Israel is more comfortable with, led by Rubio, the Secretary of State, was much more enthusiastic. It seems that you had Witkoff, you had Jared Kushner and Witkoff kind of in the middle, more enthusiastic at the start of the war, less enthusiastic as the war went on. Look, the political advisors were clearly, Yoav, that were telling him, you have midterms. The Democratic attack on you was all about affordability. What do you call here in Israel, yoker ha-mechya. Israelis are used to paying so much for benzene. Americans are not used to paying $5 a gallon. The political people were saying, what do you have to show for this? You're going to lose the midterms. I think that over time had an impact on Trump, and also the Arabs he respects are the rich ones. Three people. MBS of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed of the UAE, and the Emir of Qatar. And they started one way, and over time, I think as much as we would like to think about the Emirates, that they wanted to go harder, and they did in the beginning, but not over time. That was another zavit, another also chazit, another front that Trump faced. The one thing which we haven't talked about yet, which I think deserves attention, is the Iranian ability to overplay their hand. You know, they say in the Talmud, tafasta maruba lo tafasta. And I think they could easily overreach. They are drunk with the sense that they won this war, even though militarily they lost big time. But they think they won, and they think Trump is desperate because of the midterms, and they could be provocative and poke him in the eye.
And I think here people need to be careful. I think Iran could easily overplay its hand and force Trump, even before the midterms, to go back into the fighting. Maybe it'll start tit for tat, but it could escalate. And we know Trump is easy, he changes easily. Right now he wants the ceasefire to succeed for economic and political reasons, but don't count the Iranians out to overplay their hand and force Trump back into fighting.
One more question about the Iranians, Tamir. I think that this is the topic that you devoted the most amount of your time when you were director of the Mossad, and the JCPOA, I believe, was signed when you were director of the Mossad. What do we need to do now in order to prevent Iran from achieving a bomb? It has material. There's some fog regarding where it's going and what's happening, and they feel like they have the upper hand right now, like David said. So how do we address this dangerous option? To reach military nuclear capability, it's important to bear in mind that this happened for the first time about 90 years ago. It's not cutting-edge technology exactly. The technological know-how, the professional know-how, they've had that in Iran for many years, and now the measure that was done, not in the first part, I said that of a year ago, but the last part entailed a lot of risks that Israel really needs to open up its eyes. This measure can bring the Revolutionary Guards to the decision to opt for a bomb in any way possible. The same Revolutionary Guards, you know, for an entire decade, there was a debate inside Iran between the Iranian leadership, between Khamenei, who said slowly, and the Revolutionary Guards, who said if we're not going to create that bomb, a day will come with an Air Force that will be on top of us. And that's what happened. The Air Force was above them, on top of them, and now there's this Iranian dilemma. Am I capable of guaranteeing or promising to Iran as a country that something like that won't happen to it? All of a sudden, the situation has been reversed. Some people in Iran consider it to be an existential threat over Iran. And then if that's your perspective, then you can try to achieve it in any possible way. And when the territory of a country that's almost as big as Europe and about 90 million residents, can you reach such a situation? Yes. And the Israeli security system, the American defense system, and others, are they monitoring in every possible way with all the possible means at their disposal to make sure that it won't happen, and to put the whip at the right place in order to prevent if you even see a hint of that? Well, I'd like to ask you, Tzachi, now let's move on to talk about Lebanon. It's the agreement, it's a dream agreement, right? Everything you read about it is wonderful, but what are the chances that it'll be realized? I mean, we're all mature enough, old enough, 1982 with the Jumail family, 2006, 1701, in November of 2024, you were the head of the NSC, an agreement in which the Lebanese army was supposed to go south. How come something that never happened before will happen now? What are the chances? Look, the main difference between the agreement of November 2024 and this current agreement is that the November 2024 agreement more or less received a green light that was kind of forced on them. They received the green light from Hezbollah, and you'll meet Amos Hochstein later today, and he was the best man for that agreement. They thought that they could get an agreement. They never believed that Israel would operate differently than how it operated after 1701, that it will enforce every day, kill terrorists every day, and will turn this agreement into an agreement that's waiting to be virtually fulfilled or realized. And in practice, we operated on our own against Hezbollah infrastructure in a very effective manner. For 18 months, they didn't dare do anything about it. And now this agreement is not only that Hezbollah doesn't agree with it, it actually undermines Hezbollah with a strategic decision of the president, who's an exceptionally brave, courageous man. You're talking about President of Lebanon. Lebanon, Joe Aoun, and also our own Prime Minister, that we were surprised for the better because he was in the International Court with that genocide lawsuit, and he didn't display any courage there, but he is now walking hand in hand with Aoun. I agree with everything that's been said here. Right now, this agreement, it's hanging on the wall, but it does create a significant international legitimacy. We must insist on it. We have to try and strengthen these pilot tests we're talking about and to let the Lebanese army be tested in practice. You need to be optimistic. Norkin, Tamir, would you like to say something about Lebanon? Tamir? Look, the agreement that was signed is a fantastic one. It's an agreement that for a country like Lebanon, within 24 hours, you can reach such an agreement in a sense that Israel has no claims from Lebanon. The borderline is very clear. The only story is the internal agreement inside Lebanon. We have to remember that Hezbollah is not just a terror organization that has like 3,000 operatives and takes a certain territory and goes crazy, but rather we're talking about 1/3 of the Lebanese population are Shiites who are Hezbollah supporters. This is a very significant domestic power. So the first agreement should have been an internal domestic agreement between Hezbollah and the state of Lebanon. They should have reached some kind of agreement there that they can represent one country. And then the next stage would be Israel and Lebanon. And then that would have resulted that here they kind of tried to push ahead before it was ready. And there is some potential here, some amazing theoretic potential, and there are significant chances that war would reignite with the loss of legitimacy of the government of Lebanon. In the few minutes we have left, I'd like to talk about the U.S. because I think that if the Israeli security has two legs, one is our military might, and the second one is our power that is taken from them.
I want to start with you, ask you what's going to be in the post-Trump era. Israel is not bipartisan anymore. You brought the figures. What's going to happen in Washington?
All right, and first of all, another worry, I worry from the Lebanon and Iran theaters that we haven't really said, and I don't want to ruin anybody's day, but I am very worried if the lesson in America out of this round with Iran is you can't solve issues by force. America has to lead in the Middle East, and that has been part of Israel's strength, that people have seen America as a leader. But we saw after the Vietnam generation, basically 16 years, where the whole idea of force, certainly on the Democrats and even with Republicans, was a big issue. That is going to project on Israeli lack of strength, too. So I hope the narrative is not one of loss, given all the military successes of this war. Now to your question, Yoav. I'm not trying to get away.
No, I'm looking at the clock.
I know, the clock. I got it. Look, it's clear what I was saying about the horseshoe politics. It's not a spectrum like we used to think. You know, you've got the liberals on the left, you have the right on the right, and they're very different. Now we see a convergence between not just the progressives. When 79% have an unfavorable view of Israel, the Democrats, you know, saying conditioning of arms, like I said before, and it's a critique on the Palestinian issue. And on the right, the MAGA people, the Tucker Carlsons, the Megyn Kellys, the Candace Owens, saying it's about America first. Some of this problem, to be fair to Israel, I want to be fair, a lot of this is people in Israel don't see the isolationist element of America that goes back to Wilson, didn't want to go into World War I, FDR didn't want to go into World War II. Isolationism has always been there. There's also a Trump syllogism that goes like this. I hate Trump. Trump loves Israel. I hate Israel. Whatever Trump is for, half of America's against. It used to be that foreign policy was separate. Now it's part of American politics. So I'm worried about where this is going in both parties. If there's someone like a Rubio that emerges, and not the Vance wing of the Republican Party, Israel could breathe, I think, much easier. On the Democrats, we don't know. Is this going to be a party of Josh Shapiro and Pritzker and Rahm Emanuel, or is this going to be AOC? We don't know. So a lot of the problem is within. There's some of these issues Israel can't solve. I would have one suggestion, if I could. Obviously, Israel's going to do what it can do. with the new government, whoever it is, a police minister that says we're going to arrest settlers. The rule of law, like the president of Israel just said, is important. A dialogue with the Palestinian Authority. There are basic things you could do. But I will say one thing. You need a common project with America. This is what's missing. In the 1980s, Soviet Jews worked together. 1 million people got out. The 90s, you can like Oslo, hate Oslo. Peace was a common project. The next decade is the war on terror. There's no common project anymore. And this should worry, and there should be regional integration. The focus on and the Abraham Accords is part of that. But it's a much broader story. We just don't have time to get into it. You need a common project with America.
Okay, gentlemen, the three of you. If we look at the relationship with the U.S., but from your angle, Nolkin, you was the head of the planning division, a huge budget. Can Israel truly be self-sufficient because aircrafts are manufactured in the U.S. and submarines in Germany? It sounds very nice, but it's not really practical if the world is heading towards an embargo, like David said. Yeah, we're going to have to continue to procure and arm ourselves and maintain our military power, even though it's been said here that America should lead diplomatically, but I think that what we've learned in the world in recent years is that statesmanship without placing a hammer or displaying force does not bring achievements, and vice versa. A hammer without diplomacy also doesn't yield achievements. And yes, I referred to that earlier. We have to maintain our strategic depth with the U.S. in the military security sphere. We must leverage the great appreciation there is for the IDF in operational cooperation, and to translate that into the political, diplomatic sphere as well, so that the relationship will continue, the security support will continue. I'm not going to ask you why Tzachi, because sometimes maybe some things you don't know, but what is the end game of this strategy once Trump will no longer be in the White House? Because now we all depend on Trump. He starts, he stops, he says no. You have 24 seconds for me. You can take an additional minute, but I'd like to address the previous question, which was more purposeful, and it's also connected to the final part of what David said, that we have to have a common project, a common vision between us and the U.S. During Biden's time, there was such a project. It was actually an outcome of Trump's vision, which were the Abraham Accords and their expansion. One of the greatest achievements of Hamas actually was the fact that it ruined the chance, at least for a certain period, of connecting Saudi Arabia to the Abraham Accords, while we were almost on the cusp of completing the formulation of a concluding document with the Biden administration and the Saudis. It was really in the last stages of arguing over details and words, and they even announced in the G7 that they were going for this project called the Valley that would change economic fates. And now I think that Trump right now, he wants to strengthen the chances for that. He's talking about that. Is it practical after Iran? Look, a person sits and speaks on the phone with MBS and Assisi and Abdallah, and he says to them, guys, now is the time to join Abraham Accords. It's kind of funny because these are two of these countries already have peace accords with Israel. That's Egypt and Jordan, and MBC and the Emirates are already part of the Abraham Accords. But the main thing is Saudi Arabia. I don't think it's possible before elections. They'll never give Israel such a present now. But I do think that it is in Trump's mindset. For us, he's something very significant, and I think that the Saudis might reconsider after the elections. Tamir, look, the greatest threat over the state of Israel is an internal, domestic one, and not an external one. The security budget for 2022 was $61 billion plus American assistance. Yesterday we were talking about $180 billion plus American assistance. A country needs an army in order to be able to address and sustain it with peace and security. The state of Israel cannot be Sparta. 1,000 days of combat without any vision on how to end it. With such security budgets, that means we won't have any education or healthcare or society. And once that doesn't happen, you can have the greatest number of F-35s. It still won't guarantee the kind of security you want. You need to take it all together and wrap it. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks for coming to Israel.
Thanks for coming to Israel, David Makovsky. Thank you all very much.
אתה לא הולך? לא, אתה לא.
סליחה, אנחנו ממשיכים, לא...
Excuse me, we would like to continue. Please don't leave the hall.
הלו?
Hello.
תישארו במקום, אנחנו
Please remain seated. We would like to continue and move on to the next session, an interview with Barak Ravid, who's a Channel 12 news correspondent and commentator. He's also a commentator on CNN and Axios. Barak, good morning, or good afternoon, rather.
Hi, Shai. Hello. Barak, let me start with the first question that I think is an interesting one, and is one for every Israeli. Up until 2 months ago, it seemed that the collaboration between Israel and the United States was very tight, and the U.S. government and administration was also tried to hide the gaps and even the disagreements, and yet in the last 2 months, we have been seeing that changes in the U.S. administration's positions. So, as one of the correspondents who is one of the most interested in and invested in what's happening, what does this mean about the U.S.-Israel collaborations in the next few months? I think that perhaps we're starting to see the change in the last few months, but I think that the turning point, at least the one that I have marked, was at a much earlier stage during the war, perhaps after Ali Rajani, the head of the Supreme Council for National Security in Iran, was taken out. And I think that this step had made the penny drop for many people in the U.S. administration as for the direction that this war is taking, it being a bad direction. And following that incident, by the way, was one of the moments that I also think marked a turning point, when Prime Minister Netanyahu wanted to utilize the destabilization of the Iranian government, and he wanted to take that opportunity to go out and call upon the Iranian society, the Iranian population, to go to the streets. And he called President Trump, and President Trump said if they go out, they'll get mowed down. So the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, will mow them down. And he really told him not to do it, but Netanyahu went and asked the population to go to the streets anyway, and none took to the streets at all. And I think that at that point, they really recalibrated, the U.S. administration really recalibrated their position towards the war. And I started hearing in closed talks off the record, saying people wouldn't say that with their names being specified, but they said Bibi was wrong about everything. And from that point on, I started hearing more and more from more and more people in Trump's in vicinity that this is not taking the right direction, and we've been seeing it the last few months. We've been hearing it more publicly from many senior officials in the U.S. administration, from President Trump southwards. And I want to take it even more broadly. You certainly know all the polls well in the United States, the gaps between the Democrats and Republicans, between the younger generation and the older generation. And should Israel really look to the future and be concerned about the future of the strategic alliance and the special relations, because Trump is not going to stay forever, and we already see with Trump all sorts of statements like J.D. Vance. Is there really a danger, a risk to the relations between the two countries? Well, first of all, I think the special relations between the two countries have already taken a hit, quite a large one. I think there is complete disconnect in many people's understanding in Israel and in the leadership, the decision-making with the situation in the United States. I think that the panel before me actually represented the misunderstanding of just how dire the situation really is. We're seeing it also in the IDF, in the intelligence community, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in the political echelon. It's across the board, a complete misunderstanding of the situation. And why? Because in recent years, almost all the relations, particularly in the last 2 years since President Trump has been in office, the relations with the U.S. have been managed by a small group of people, less than the fingers of one hand, headed by Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is also very experienced in international relations, and especially in U.S. relations. But what has happened is that anyone who is outside of this very small group thought everything was fine because they were taking care of it. And it takes people a long time to realize that not everything is right. And one of the things that everyone is focusing on, saying, oh, look at the Democratic Party in the United States today, under the current administration, there is a very large group of people, and perhaps it's not the president yet, but it's almost everyone around the president, including the professionals, the sort of political appointments in the U.S. Department of State, in the Pentagon, in the intelligence community. Their attitude toward Israel, the current Israeli government, is very negative, and this is a Republican administration, not a Democratic one, but they are saying that the Israeli government is unstable in terms of its decision-making, it's unpredictable, it's expansionist, the kind that is trying to expand into the region, aggressionist, the kind of government that takes aggressive steps. And I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe I would ever hear it. But there are people within the administration in significant positions who are saying words like stopping the funding, sanctions, things I never would have believed I'd ever hear from a Republican administration. And so I'm saying that this negative attitude, the suspicion, and even a sense of maybe revulsion from the current Israeli government, and that is something that is currently becoming bipartisan. It is similar among both Republicans and Democrats. There is a large group of both Republicans and Democrats who are feeling the same negative sentiments towards the current Israeli government. So in 2028, you know, the MOU is going to end. How should Israel prepare? How should it advance the MOU? If I understand you correctly, the administration will wait for the next Israeli government to see whether the MOU should be promoted. First of all, I think that when it comes to the MOU, to this new FMF agreement, I think the Israeli government is too late. We are far beyond where we should have been, and I think that this tardiness will have a negative impact on getting a good MOU. I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu has also made a series of mistakes in his conduct with the United States, such as his public announcements about his willingness to forego the support, the funding, even before the negotiations began, which I believe is a dramatic mistake. And by the way, President Trump has told Netanyahu in December of last year, when Netanyahu raised this issue with him in Mar-a-Lago. By the way, he raised it with him contrary to the advice of his advisors, who said don't talk to him about it. But he said he was willing to gradually forgo this support, and President Trump said incredibly, why? I'm all for funding Israel. And I think, unfortunately, there was an attempt to reverse and reel back this statement, but this attempt has actually failed. And so I think that Israel is at a very problematic situation in terms of the negotiations for the next new MOU. With your permission, I'd like to delve deeper into more regional issues, and let's begin with the agreements that the government has signed, the MOU with J.D. Vance with Iran, and of course the agreement with Lebanon. And ostensibly these two agreements seem to clash with one another. If we just mention the first clause in the agreement with Iran, which cites Lebanon 3 times. So how can we do this? How can we work this out and resolve this? And is this really the opening shot between the conflict between J.D. Vance and Rubio for 2027? First of all, I would like to compliment your British understatement when you say that there is some sort of clash. These two agreements are completely opposed to one another. The agreement that Vance has reached with the Iranians says that Israel has to withdraw from Lebanon until the final agreement will be achieved between the US and Iran, and that Iran will play a role in protecting Lebanon. Whereas the agreement with Rubio says that the agreement with Israel depends on Hezbollah being disarmed and dismantled, and that Iran will play no role in Lebanon. And when you ask people, how can you explain these differences, they say, and I wrote about this today with Marco Puto and Axios, we wrote an article saying that for Trump, Rubio and Vance are two different knives in his Swiss world. One takes it one direction, the other takes it another direction, and Trump uses it for his own interests. And it's legitimate to describe it this way, but I disagree. I think that there is a difference between Vance's camp, who has really pushed for this because of his look into domestic U.S. society and the political crisis in the midterm elections, and Rubio, who's very skeptical about the Iranians ever implementing the agreement, and those who took a step back and were not involved and didn't have their hands on the steering wheel of the negotiations with Iran. And as many senior officials in the U.S. have told me, Rubio is waiting for J.D. to self-destruct. They're saying, okay, let him have this negotiation. It's going to fail. It's going to impact him negatively politically in preparation for 2028, and I won't be involved in it. So if this agreement will actually crash down and burn, actually Rubio's chances of being the U.S. presidency candidate for the Republicans in 2028. Okay, so knowing, in the view of your experience, what are the minimal requirements that President Trump will not be able to forego? And of course, we have President Obama, his nemesis, in view. So what could be the scenario whereby Trump will come and say, okay, you know what, I'm going to renew the war, go back to fighting? Let's start at the end. I certainly do not, maybe he will go back to fighting, or maybe it won't be before midterms, maybe after the midterm elections, but I don't think it's impossible. The U.S. military and the forces in the region, their presence hasn't changed. If Trump will tomorrow morning tell them to renew the siege, to renew the fighting, it can happen within a few hours. So I can't say it's impossible. I don't think it'll happen before the midterm elections, but after the midterm elections, it can possibly happen. Perhaps Trump will go back to fighting Iran, and by the way, especially in case the Republicans will lose these elections, both in the Senate and elsewhere. And as for the other question, Trump's minimal requirements, I don't think Trump will sign an agreement that will not destroy the amount of enriched uranium, the highly enriched uranium, in one way or another, inside the country, outside the country, but in a way that is verifiable. I don't see him signing an agreement that does not include that part. I don't see him signing an agreement that does not include suspending uranium enrichment in Iran, at least in double digits. I don't think it'll be 12 years or 11 years. But why, and why? Because the JCPOA, Obama's agreement, included suspension of all uranium enrichment except to 3.5% for between 10 and 12 years, something like that. And so in order for this agreement to be considered better, Trump needs the duration of suspension to be the same, but for the suspension to be complete, not even allowing Iran to even enrich at a low level. And I think that another issue will have to be the matter of the sunset clause, where Trump has publicly stated that he does not want any sunset clauses. I think that will be almost impossible to achieve such an agreement, but this will be the test point for the agreement. One final question, because we can talk for hours, but about the Abraham Accords. We know that this is President Trump's great aspiration to expand the Abraham Accords and for Saudi Arabia to be included, but we also know what MBS thinks, that we cannot go to normalization if we don't have a proper path, that Israel doesn't show a proper path towards a Palestinian state. So is that the next conflict between the US and Israel? That if President Trump wants to promote that, he needs to demand something of Israel, perhaps not before the elections, but after the elections? Well, the short answer is yes. That's going to be the next conflict, the next bone of contention. I think the current administration would have wanted to see, since its goal is, of course, after the elections in Israel and the midterm elections in the United States, so in that time between November and January, when the Senate is still being controlled and Congress is still being controlled by the Republicans, the U.S. administration would want to use that time to get to an agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. I think it's practically impossible, but that's where they want to head. And I believe that for that to happen, what both want to see, I'm not sure anymore, I think, is a government in Israel that is capable of making decisions on the Palestinian issue. Probably in the current government, it's not going to happen. So it's going to have to be a government that is very different. At least at this point in time, no one here is a prophet. We don't know what's going to happen after the Israeli elections, but I find it very difficult to see a government after the Israeli elections that will be formed and will be able to make the kind of decisions that the Saudis are demanding in order to sign a normalization agreement with Israel. We heard Prime Minister Netanyahu just a few days ago claiming that there is consensus in Israel against the Palestinian state. I don't think that's true. I don't know if it's true. Maybe he's conducted polls on this topic. But at any rate, if Israel or the Israeli government following the elections will not be willing to make concessions on the Palestinian issue, particularly when it comes to a path, one that has a time constraint and is irreversible when it comes to a Palestinian state, there will be no peace with Saudi Arabia. And if there will be no peace with Saudi Arabia during that time, I don't think it will happen under Trump's term in office because of the current constellation. The Democrats, if they have a majority in the Senate, I don't see them supporting such a thing. And the next president in the United States, who knows who it will be? And I think that the chances of such a thing exists. There are chances of a breakthrough, but it would require very significant steps to be taken by Israel, which I have to say I am skeptical about the possibility of them happening. Barak, thank you very much for your time. Our time is up, and we will keep waiting for your next scoops. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shai Har-Tzvi, the head of the International Arena and Middle East in IPS at Reichman University. Thank you very much, Shai. And now we are going to move on to a little different direction. We looked at the strategies, we looked at things from a world and global perspective, and now we want to look at our own domestic arena. Does the free media, is it in danger? And that has come up among the various people that have come up, even with the president who talked about democracy. So now we're having a fascinating one-on-one between Professor Hanan Meltzer, the former justice, and who was the deputy of the president of the Supreme Court and the head of media in Israel. Thank you very much for coming. And he will be interviewed by by Avi Bnayahu, who was the former IDF spokesperson and the former chief of the IDF radio station Galei Tzahal. Good evening to you both. Is it working? They're not going to shut our mouths here. So since we have 14 minutes, it has taken us a few moments to get up here. I want to ask you an opening question. Put yourself in the shoes of the chairman of the elections committee, a position that you have filled, and with technology as it is, it looks like generations ago. But if you were Noam Stolberg, what would have been your extreme of scenario? Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. That's first things first. And when you said that a minute has already been taken out of our time, well, I'm used to being the one setting the timelines, but not here. But let's delve in. What happens is, or what has guided me when I was the chairman of the elections committee, was we should always be afraid. You should always think of what might happen and to try and thwart that from happening. And back in my day, we started with social media, and it was used in the elections campaign, 2 elections campaigns that I was the head of. And back then, I decided in a presidential decision, not only here in Israel, but around the world, and was later implemented, that when it comes to social media, in fact, there should be no anonymity during an election campaign. And at the time, it really was a dramatic decision to make. We're talking about technological changes happening today, but the upgrade of that was that now we have AI. And at the time, we didn't have AI, but the rule being that there should be no anonymity during the election campaign. Following my decision, the same decision was made in the United States and in Europe, and here, because of my decision, some changes have been made to the law, and you have to understand the rationale. The rationale being that robots don't have human rights, and social media, and you have to remember this, it's important. In social media, too, in the United States, they have immunity, but they don't have immunity elsewhere in the world. And with these 2 principles, that there are no human rights for robots and there's no immunity in social media, and because of Cambridge Analytics, they themselves have internalized the consequences of Cambridge Analytics. Well, I wanted to ask you, what is the extreme scenario that Stolberg should be looking at? And I want to help you. Intervention and disrupting the elections with disinformation and cyber, from countries such as China, Qatar, and Russia? Well, that concern, of course we have to prepare for that. We want headlines. Of course we have to prepare for that. And here I want to say that when I came into office, for the first time, I had a committee of all the heads of security agencies in order to prevent foreign intervention. And what I can say, because it's all classified, is that as far as we know, in the 2 election campaigns for the 21st and 22nd Knessets, they did not intervene. What about theft of ballot boxes or all sorts of accidents along the way? Look, everything has a solution. Did we ever see anyone breaking into the committee? Do we need to prepare about everything? I want to look at the most extreme scenario. Should we prepare for everything? Yes, you need to prepare for everything. Take into account, again, that as you've said, God forbid foreign intervention, there could also be local intervention in the technological tools, and that has technological solutions. Okay, but I'm asking you, because of your experience and age, well, I wish my experience was as vast as my age. Okay, but with your experience, having filled so many positions and roles, I want to ask you, are the elections in danger? The purity of elections, is it in danger? The answer is yes, it's in danger, but we can prevent this danger. Okay, I understand. Who is a journalist nowadays in Israel? Can you define journalist, the one who has 700,000 followers in Twitter and reaches a large audience, or those who work in a modest media outlet and has maybe 17,000. Well, because of freedom of press, any questions I'm asked about, we know each other, but we haven't spoken about this. I'm being surprised by every question, but I will try to give answers to them. The question of who is a journalist, what's the definition of a journalist, is something that has been asked in the media and by the press from the beginning of time, since journalism was established. And in every period of time, there's a different definition. And because of freedom of press, I don't think that there should be a journalistic license, so to speak. And therefore, there are other arrangements. They are security arrangements, mostly, that limit and constrain journalists. But anyone who has any impact on the public, whether because they're on social media or in the press or in the electronic outlets, media outlets, is a journalist and should be protected. Okay, but if I work in avocado in the kibbutz, but I have 700,000 followers on Twitter, do I have the duties and rights of a journalist? Can I go into a press conference with the Prime Minister? I have such great impact. Well, first of all, I said that since alongside the matter of journalism, there's also security aspects. So we're the only country in the world where the security agencies, the only country in the world whose governmental press agency actually issues journalist certificates, and this is all for security reasons, and I'm all for security. But you touched upon things where we should really be we're having a reform in. We need these certificates to be issued by the press board, not the government press agency, but the press organization. But you've asked me a question. If you work in an avocado field, but you also have 700,000 followers, if you bring journalist items and press items, but not just opinions, then yes, you're a journalist. And we have newspapers and media outlets that are on social media, and they are members of our council. Okay, between 0 and 100, what kind of grade are you going to give the freedom of press in Israel in 2026, which includes all the TV channels, all the numbers, all the radio stations, all the websites, and all the printed press, between 0 and 100? Well, it's a shame that I should give this score, because there is actually an index, a global freedom of press index. Unfortunately, because of the Israeli government's conduct, we have gone down on this scale in recent years considerably, and we have dropped down, and we are currently among the 180 countries, we're number 116. Well, that's because the government won't let journalists go into Gaza, but I'm talking about the press, the president of the press council. Are we an 85? Are we 74? Are we 91? Freedom of press in Israel at this point is about 70 in Israel, but we are facing two risks, and these are immediate risks. The elections are going to happen in 4 months' time. The Knesset is going on election holiday in 1 month's time, and President Curry's initiatives, and there are so many of them, they're clouding everything. They're already trying to immediately harm freedom of press. And so if, God forbid, this will progress, because we've managed to curb it until now, but if it will progress, then we will decline even further on this scale. If we are at 70, it's not as if we don't want freedom of press going forward, but this will be prevented, and it's going to be prevented in 2 ways. I want to ask you a question. You are at the Supreme Court. You know the atmosphere. You know the judgment. You know the precedents. But I don't want to say to do any damage. change? Do you think it's going to close down? No, wait, not only am I not objective, but as the press council, we are a party to Galei Tzahal's petition, and he was asked if it was going to be shut down. So until now, we have managed not to shut down Galei Tzahal. So you're optimistic? Well, I'm cautiously optimistic. Peres used to say that he was an optimist with experience. I am worried, though, whether Minister Curry's initiatives will be supported. I hope they won't be supported, but I'll be worried if they will be, because terrible things are happening right now to make them be supported, and we'll then decline in our score. And in the index of the freedom of press, we will be somewhere between Somalia, and that's what it looks like, and North Korea. Now Minister Curry has been explaining his initiatives by saying that we need to diversify the media, but what does he want? And this is not just being presented here by this government. From a constitutional perspective, the government in Israel, and not just in the current government, has taken over the Knesset, has dominated it. And now the government wants to take over two other organizations, the Press Council and the media, and the academic world. That's what they want to do, and if they do that, we will turn from a democracy to something that is not democratic, or perhaps an official, formal democracy. There are such examples in the world, and North Korea does it. There, whatever media outlet you try to set up, you will hear or read whatever the government is saying, but in different shades, in different styles, that's in different hues. That's where they want to be, and we don't want that, and we won't let it happen. Even if it means using legal ways, such as turning to the High Court of Justice, or by ways of legitimate objection under the law, as we have always done. And you're saying that I have experience. I do have some experience, and I hope that we will be able, either on the first means or the second means, but always by law. Thank you very much. Do you think the perhaps slightly archaic clause where the politicians can't speak 48 hours before the elections are not, too old, or they don't work anymore? Maybe they should be abolished? Well, there are two things. Let me explain. Just so you know, our election laws are very outdated. They are talking about, they refer to propaganda using torches, and they don't mean lapid, which is in Hebrew, Yair Lapid. We're talking about torches. It's crazy. It's so outdated. And why aren't they changing it? Because whenever you want to change something, then you remember how to do it right before the elections. And they say, oh, we're not going to change it because it's going to impact the elections. But if there are elections once every 4 years, which is rare for Israel, but if it does happen, even here in Israel, they want to do it a week before the deciding date. So if they want to do it, let's say at the beginning of a term in office, they're saying, oh, we don't want to do it now. We have time. But they are archaic. Yes, they are. I agree. But here too, I have made an exception. And I did it before I was even in the High Court, in the Supreme Court. Back when I was a private attorney, and I said that any news events are not propaganda, are not election campaign stuff. And so if it's not 48 hours before the elections, you can broadcast. In the past, you couldn't even show. So you mean broadcasting a decision or a resolution to drop the VAT to 12%? Or a war? A war, of course, is a news item. Peace with Saudi Arabia? Yes, that too. I trust them. That is the exception that I have established. Everything is okay. It's an exception that we can do. Okay, I am very obedient. And in preparation of the Davos conference, Marsh, I think they're called the insurance giant, published a poll on risks to humanity. We talked about an armed conflict, social polarization, weather crises, disinformation, and they said that next year it will probably be in second place. Do you agree with that? Yes, I do agree with that. Certainly I do. And the truth is that at some point I was also supposed to be in Davos and to discuss that, but because of the situation, they said, okay, we can do without you. So that's the situation. Since we only have 11 minutes, not 11 minutes, 11 seconds, 7 seconds. A question from the audience. Is there a question from the audience? What? Sorry, you can't hear the question. Why don't we move to digital elections? That's a good question. It has come up back in my day, and just so you know, in order to prevent forgery or to prevent fake voting, of course there would be many advantages to digital voting, but in order for forgeries not to take place and prevent them, we have to vote the same way we do now. And to forge digital votes, it's much easier, and what's worse, once it's done, it's much harder to discover in retrospect. So if you suddenly hear that they want digital elections, you want to see where it comes from. Okay, I would like to thank you, Judge, and to wish you that none of your predictions happen, and may we all come out of these elections in one piece. I also hope that these predictions, my negative forecasts, will not come to be, but if they don't, it'll only they won't, only if we take into consideration all the options and find solutions. It is just like war. We prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Professor Hanan Meltzer. Thank you, Avid Nayau. Thanks to the two of you. Now, we also have a conversation with two participants, and now we'd like to invite Member of Knesset Yuli Edelstein, the former chair of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee. He's already here, and he will be speaking with Major General in Reserves and the professor who organized these entire 2 days, these very interesting 2 days. Amos Gilad, please. Member of Knesset Yuli Edelstein. We have the honor to host a member of Knesset Yuli Edelstein, former chair of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee. I have to say, it's like we've had these series of interviews over the years, and now it seems to me like it's a completely different era. For example, what's going on with all these laws? You know, it's like there's this huge force that is determined to break this country apart from within. And with this, in this atmosphere, as much as I try to remain calm and collected these days, I heard somebody who's the head of a kollel who receives 1 million shekels from the country, and he calls the chief of general staff. He says to him, "Damn you," a person who's been in the military since the age of 14, because he started in military boarding school until he reached that supreme position. Where are we? I'm asking you. It's like we can write a book. What has happened since we've started talking, and where are we at today? Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for this speech, since I am also still under the impression of calling the Chief of General Staff that goddamn Chief of General Staff. I'll try to be a bit frivolous and say you probably remember how you define the difference between a pessimist and an optimist. A pessimist says it cannot get any worse, and an optimist says, well, actually, it can get worse. So I'd like to say to you personally, you know, speaking about these laws, when I saw that bill of what's called the Bismuth law, the exemption law, but I said nothing can be worse than that. And then today I was in a session of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee. I'm no longer a member of that committee, but since this is a legislation discussion, they couldn't prevent me from attending. I saw the bill that they call non-arrest of defectors, and it's inconceivable, you know. Once there was this, the bill proposed by Bismuth, in comparison to that, it looks completely reasonable, because now they've taken out everything related to the IDF and drafting, and they only left things related to the fact that nothing bad will happen to those who are dodging conscription, and there's a purpose, there's a goal to all that, and I'm saying this with a sad smile. It's a very simple goal. What is the purpose of this argument? We've always said that there are so many people who don't really study in the yeshiva. You know what, let's talk about the yeshivas later, but these people who aren't even exempt according to any law, why shouldn't they be drafted? And I think the real purpose of what's being currently discussed in the committee is to reach a situation that they're all Bible, students. They're all yeshiva students. This is more or less what the wording of that law implies, and maybe it sounds to people a bit far-fetched or too much, but regretfully that's reality, but God willing we're going to correct that reality as well. You know, as I look around at all the external threats on this country, we'll soon talk about it, and I think that dismantling the military from the inside while denying the principles of the Zionist vision, which is the basis, the foundation for this miracle that's called the State of Israel, is the biggest threat, and I'll soon hear your opinion, and you have some very thorough front row impression. How dare they do these things? Where's the leadership, except for, terrible, despicable policies that there's no need to elaborate on? I think in your question you're supplying at least a part of the answer. Look, on the one hand, I shouldn't even add, you're familiar with the situation, and I guess most people sitting in this hall are also familiar with the situation about the real needs. This is not some kind of abstract discussion about the value of equality. It's the Chief of General Staff who says that the IDF will implode into itself. You see the reservists and you hear the number of days that they've been serving. It just can't go on like this, and this has far-reaching implications on the economy, on society, etc. And you're asking, how can it be? And, I'd like to say this in a very empiric and also personal way. After the explosion that occurred exactly a year ago, and after I was impeached, and, I live amongst my people, and if I need to go to a rabbi to pay my condolences, I said it'll probably be very hard, because I'll walk into a group of ultra-Orthodox people, and I'll feel their rejection and anger and hatred. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen the first time I went, and not the second time, not the third place, including sentences, good luck with everything you do, good luck, in your future, etc. And what I had felt as my own personal experience is this enormous gap between the people who represent them, who are all about making deals and to try and reach these agreements, and it turns out that even if I'll give them a blank page and tell them you can write the draft law, they won't write anything, because they simply don't want one, because they don't want for those who don't study the Bible to be drafted, and the general public who maybe are expecting to have some kind of structure so that at least some of them can, I wasn't appointed as their speaker, but at least some of them are interested in fitting in and being on a certain track. It doesn't mean that they're all be secular or national religious, but to be integrated into the military and national service and society. I'm certain that a big part of them do want to do that, but you just need to cross that barrier of their leadership and those deal makers. If I look at the tremendous military achievements, the immense technological achievements, Germany buying the Arrow 3 from Israel, the country that was established after the terrible Holocaust. I mean, what are these people thinking? Don't they do some soul searching and are thinking about who's going to sustain this campaign that will probably renew itself I mean, without that relative edge. I mean, where is their minimal thinking? And it's important for me to ask you, you know, the Knesset is supposed to oversee. When you were the head of the committee, you were very active in that, including secret discussions and public ones. You took that everything into account. Who is posing a mirror today to this group of people who are taking us towards disaster? Now you're addressing a point that's just as painful for two reasons. One is connected to what you said at the beginning, our security industries, our wonderful security industries, and everything that's happening with technological development. You know what? I'd like to link that to the stuff we haven't reached yet. I don't know if we'll manage to. Now, every argument, you know, people keep saying we won in Iran, we lost in Iran, what happened with Iran? And obviously the answers are not unequivocal, but I think that there's one thing that isn't debatable. We've taken the Iranians back on various matters with respect to their nuclear program and also with respect to their ballistic missiles, etc. So now this is kind of a starting point, both for them and for us. And we do have a chance perhaps to succeed in this competition. They're already getting organized. You don't need to be from the intelligence to know that this is a proper country with all their difficulties. They're already gearing up, getting organized, and are about to start operating. And we in our country with all the bureaucracy, I don't start the morning and reading intel material, but you can see it in the news, you know, the Ministry of Finance saying that they don't have enough money for the security budget. And if we, and when I say we, I'm referring to the Knesset and to the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee, if we won't be the one linking and supervising and pointing at these things, and I don't even want to get into this because some of these things are written in the minutes, how we try to move the systems and to push them one towards the other. And then, you know, all these tremendous achievements, and we do have achievements of the IDF, of the Mossad. We're simply going to lose all these achievements. And another thing, in this time, and you know this more than anybody else, there's a subcommittee for Intel and Secret Services. That's the only organization that really oversees the Mossad and the ISA. And right now, these organizations are undergoing change. I don't belong to those who say, I don't know from where they get this. This person doesn't understand, and this person isn't suitable. Two major generals from the IDF have been appointed to direct these organizations. Yes, undoubtedly, there are shifts and changes, etc. But I am really and truly asking myself, and you know, somebody once wanted to compliment in the Knesset, and he would say, wow, how you managed the committee's meetings. That's what you care about, how I manage the meetings, the sessions of the committee. What interests me is how come there is no close oversight over the most sensitive organizations in this country, that nobody, not the media or no group can supervise them. That should be a source of concern. Instead of that, we're focusing on laws. I don't even want to say the proper definitions of these laws. The only thing is, I could say, is God help us. I don't know who else will help us or save us. The committee, the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee, there's a situation. I'd like to hear your opinion. On the one hand, we have these tremendous military achievements after the failure of October 7th. On the other hand, it seems as if in the political arena, we're losing assets without any combination. If that's possible, between military achievements that are translated into political achievements. What about that? And that's related to what you've just said regarding parliamentary oversight. Yes, certainly. But I think that right now things are in flux. They're not static. And I talked a bit about Iran, and I already said this 2 minutes ago. You know, they're driving us crazy. We won, we lost. No, absolute victory. I mean, really, there are achievements. We didn't have a closing leg, and had there been one, then how should I put it mildly? We didn't all like that ending, and yet I'm also not sure that what we need to do now is grab our heads and start crying. Just as we thought something about the U.S. position a month ago, and then 2 weeks ago something else. I don't know what's going to happen in 2 weeks with all the developments between the U.S. and Iran, and the Iranians, like the Iranians, they feel what they are interpreting as a weakness of the Americans and their lack of desire to continue, and they're constantly provoking. So I don't know what's going to happen. I still think that in the foreseeable future, I guess we'll still have to act in Iran in various ways and methods, but to start to conclude now and to talk about the different agreements, well, I think that it's a bit too early. And as for Lebanon, maybe you're a greater expert than I, and maybe you'll disagree with me, but let me just remind you, I think you've said this, that we are in a round of conversations. In one of our previous talks, I told you that when we had that French-American warning regarding Lebanon, and people asked me what do I think, and I said that will be tested on two things: freedom of action of the IDF with respect to disruptions and the desire of the state of Lebanon to get back on track and to start moving ahead. And now, after this agreement, if you ask me, I apologize that I didn't come up with a new answer. I'm saying exactly the same thing. It will be tested based on the IDF activities in the near future, and also based on the ability that we don't always appreciate as a very big ability, but at least the determination of the Lebanese government to get that country back on track. So what's going to happen? I'm not a prophet nor a son of a prophet, so I do not know. As a framework, it's perhaps not bad, but how will it be filled in, this framework? It's still difficult to know at this point. I'd like to ask you a question, a very sensitive one, and I was personally involved in that. How can we forgo American assistance? I, at least, day and night, even at night when I sleep, I'm always trying to think, what am I missing here? Maybe there's some special or original point, because our dependency on the U.S. is immense. The aircrafts, what we're going to manufacture, the F-35, to me, it seems completely irresponsible. Because if you come up with a plan, let's say it's an original plan, but anyhow, you need to come up with a plan B. What if it doesn't work and I don't see it, and it didn't start in the conversations with the Americans, and soon Trump will be busy with other things, and you are familiar with this topic because you've been exposed to it for so long. You know, in one of the debates or sessions on the security budget, I remember that part. I was there with professionals, and I said that something doesn't work out with the numbers because there was a delay in something. I don't want to really get into the details, but there was a certain delay and even some question marks regarding the arrival of the American assistance. And then I said, but, you know, people, it's not clear yet. It's not here yet. And they said, no, 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 sir. We're relying on the fact that it will arrive. But what if it won't arrive, I asked? But they said, no, you know, we'll figure it out. We'll manage. And I said, look, you need to understand one thing, people. There are certain things, and I'm saying this as a minister who used to serve in several ministries. The Ministry of Health that I used to head has the third largest budget, so I know what budgets, ministry budgets are. There are certain things you can correct with some kind of cross-the-board cutback. But here, it's such a big hole that has opened up. What are you going to do? Shut down budgets for healthcare and education? If it doesn't come, you know, all's well ends well. It did arrive ultimately. But for me, it was always an example of how easy it is to stand in front of a mic and say we're foregoing this assistance without giving an answer regarding where the money will come from. And you also addressed the non-financial angle. And I remember the plans of Misha Arens, of a blessed memory, a wonderful man, of manufacturing an aircraft here in Israel. But I've never heard that they did build a plan for manufacturing aircrafts here in Israel. There are certain things we need to aspire for independence, and we shouldn't reach scandals like things that, basic things that were missing, things that we do manufacture during the war, and then there was a shortage and we couldn't even talk about it because it was wartime. We couldn't give the enemy this pleasure, but to aspire to be as serious as we can in everything we do, and not to throw out this issue of supply chains and American assistance and all these things. I've never heard about even one country in the world that can, supply all of its needs on its own, and we should always keep these tracks open. Look, there is no plan here, and then, in 2028 we'll arrive. We're getting closer to it every 60 seconds, but if we don't have an agreement with the U.S., and not only that, the war in Iran proved that Israel's power and might is important, but what's just as important is the cooperation, the regional one in the Middle East, and that's all under the umbrella of the U.S. We cannot survive on our own. We and China together we're 1,400 million people, but the thing is how that's divided up, so it does seem scary. And I wanted to ask you something else, but we're running short on time. Usually we don't ask questions like that, but it's been made known that you're considering a new path, and if it's correct, probably some of the considerations are national security. Could you maybe share with us? Look, I was asked in recent days, several journalists, and my answer was, look, you don't understand that once there is something concrete, it'll be my biggest interest to stand in front of every possible mic and to talk about it. But generally speaking, there are a lot of conversations about this topic on a more specific level, concretely. I think there's a significant portion of the population who, and you see that in polls and surveys, who feel that they're politically homeless at this point, and that their worldview does not align with the parties currently representing their bloc or camp. And I can assume that sometime in the near future I will have some more concrete things to say than what I've just said now. With you, I feel like it's a series of interviews, but whenever we meet, it's always, I wouldn't want to say a low point. I don't feel bad. I feel bad saying it because we're in the evening already, but a critical moment in history, yes, never a dull moment. So we'll continue our conversations. Thank you. Thank you, Amos. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Knesset member Yuli Edelstein. Thank you very much, Major General in Reserves and Professor Amos Gilad. Okay, so we've come out with this open-ended question, right? What's the next stage? Another session that's coming up, that's something that's impacting all of us and which is constantly in the headlines in our Israeli reality, and definitely recently we're talking about the military of half the people. Without equality, there is no national security. I'd like to invite Attorney Shvut Ra'anan and member of Knesset, Attorney Dan Iluz from the Likud, and to invite Attorney Ayelet Shachar Saidov and Major Reserve Shachar Baron, one of the founders of Shoulder to Shoulder. And this entire panel will be moderated by Lior Eckerman, the head of National Resilience in the Institute for Security and Strategy. Okay, so good evening, everybody who's survived this day so far. Thank you all for coming, and I'd like to thank all of you, especially for coming. You know, this topic, I'll try to frame it a little bit, even though it's been discussed extensively and it preoccupies everybody. Definitely in the past 4 years of this current government, the attempts to continue and legislate in any possible way the new draft or recruitment law, if you can even call it a draft law. It's supposed to give some kind of a legal seal of approval for the evasion of the ultra-Orthodox from national or civil service. And this entire thing is happening at the background of ongoing war and with a huge number of reserve days. It's a huge burden on the reservists, and there are people here who can represent this position better than I can, and we will talk about it. At the backdrop, you have documents prepared by the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Israel after the wording of the Bismuth law was published. They talk about the scope of the economic burden upon the state. That is 120 billion shekels because of loss of activity days. These are huge, huge sums of money in comparison to the state of Israel, and all that in addition to the payments of benefits that continue to be paid. And one last thing in this context, the value of an equal burden goes beyond military service or civil service. It means carrying the burden equally nationally, because that population that doesn't serve, they aren't educated and they're not part of the labor market, and that has far-reaching implications. Another thing I'd like to say, tomorrow we're going to publish the findings of the annual Herzliya Conference poll we hold every year. But one of the questions we've been asking for 3 years in a row is, to what extent do you support full conscription for the ultra-Orthodox and an equal burden? And the data this year are identical, unsurprisingly, to the data from last year and from 3 years ago, and that's about 70 to 74% of support, or big support, for full conscription of the ultra-Orthodox. This is what the people in the state of Israel think. And now I'd like to address my first question to this forum. We talk a lot about an equal burden, but, you know, in addition to this slogan, what exactly are we referring to? What exactly do we mean? Ayelet, with your permission.
Shalom.
Hi.
Shalom.
Hello. Hello. Thank you.
Well,
Well, first of all, I don't really like this term equal burden. I say there's no such thing. A burden is something subjective. People experience their lives differently, and I'm talking about equality in service. And what I'm referring to is that all citizens of Israel who have an Israeli ID and who have certain rights in this country will be subject to the same laws. And the first law in which we, as citizens, 18-year-old, for the first time to be subordinate to is the security service law. And you talked about the military of half the people, but actually it's the military of 1/3 of the people, 35% of the class of every cohort who finish significant service. So 35% cannot sustain 65%. That's exactly what we mean when we talk about equality in the most simple and basic level. One law, everybody's equal. We want to pass a law about military service or national service. It's no problem for my child to participate, but we can't have different laws for different population groups. And it's inconceivable that in a democratic, liberal country, a religious belief will give you an exemption from a civil duty. The only place this happens is Iran. Religious belief cannot have to do anything with civic duties, and we want to naturalize all the people in the state of Israel. And today, the ultra-Orthodox, they're not exactly citizens. No law applies to them, not just the security service law. We know that, and we saw that last week, and how they rioted in order to fight for the right to be criminals. I mean, where has anybody ever heard about that? And that's what we mean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shachar, it's very important to hear your voice. I think that you represent the reservists and the younger generation, those who carry the burden. I think that ultimately it's true that I was fortunate enough to be in the army during this time. But this is a common denominator for us all, and that is why we are all here, and we have engaged in this in the last 2 years, or 1 year, or 3 years, all depending on how much time we spent. And I want to give a slightly different angle on this, and I think that this will touch upon on you being a specialist in national resilience. Today, the State Controller's report was published that says that the rehabilitation department is in a terrible shape. There are many therapists who are not there, and after the 3 years of war, things should have been completely different. The wounded should have been the top of the pyramid. They should have gotten the biggest embrace from the state of Israel. And it's such a classic incident that the very same day the basic law of Torah study was passed, not a basic law for the IDF soldiers or for those who are mentally challenged, but a law for Torah study, and we can just call it the basic law of exemption from the army, and it's going to be coming at us for many more Knesset to come, and it's going to be very difficult to deal with it. And it's not just an exemption law, it's a law that gives them money from NGOs and all sorts of things that's going to be harmful to us in the day-to-day. And how does this connect national resilience? We have thousands of wounded in the country. Some are more severely wounded, some are not so severely wounded. Some we see in the day-to-day, and some are dealing with a mental problem. And 1 in 10 among the students here were hurt, were wounded. You can't see it on me, but I was also injured during the war. And when I turn on the TV and see that such a law is being passed, and over the last 2 years, while I'm fighting in Gaza, and while my soldiers are being killed, and I bury them and go back to fighting, the people in the Knesset are living on a different planet. And what does this do to us? What does this reflect to those who are serving? Do people think we're robots, that we don't see what this government is doing? So yes, we'll get wounded and we'll go back, then we'll get injured again, we're going to go back, and we're willing to sacrifice our lives for this country. And those who exempt themselves, they are no more Jews than me. Not at all. They don't have any responsibility or right to Judaism more than I do. And of course this is detrimental to us. And we have MK Yuli Edelstein here, and he sees this every day. This has such a detrimental effect. It affects our national resilience, and we have to look at this, and we have to look at the tomorrow, at next week, at the future. What's going to happen in 10 years' time or 20 years' time if this population that has experienced the last war and takes with it these terrible wounds? We are not even scratching the surface of what is going to happen. It's going to have a huge wave. And instead of the government putting on the table a comprehensive plan for the wounded, for those who serve, it's doing the exact opposite. And I am so worried about what will happen in the next generation. We're a lost generation already. We've paid the price. We'll do whatever we can to fix things. You're a lost generation. You're the next generation of this country. You're the young generation. We're the lost generation. No, you've done so much here. And I want to say very honestly that in the next government, we have to turn this around 180 degrees. Everything we see in the Knesset has to be turned around. We have to give everything we can in a smart way that will give back, bring them back into employment, into life. These wounded deserve so much. The reservists whose families have fallen apart, and not a single shekel should go to those people who call to do things to the Chief of General Staff and those who exempt themselves from service. I don't care if they don't go to prison. What will they protest for? That they don't get more budgets than I do, than you do? And I think that we have a real mission at hand. I look at this as a real crossroads for the Jewish state. We are facing a real historical junction, and if we don't take the right turn, if we don't wave the banner of service of the young generation who have really taken the burden in this country in the last 3 years, but instead to celebrate those who are protesting and blocking the roads and saying we will die and we will not serve in the IDF, we will be in trouble. Shvut, I want to hear from you. You are representing the reservists' wives and also the religious sector, and I think it would be very interesting for the public to hear your opinion on this. Instead of everyone just nodding about what we agree on, I would like to talk about responsibility. I take responsibility. I never cared about sharing the burden equally. I was not educated to responsibility or to equality or to a burden. I think that protecting this country is a privilege. My grandparents dreamed of it. We want to take all the national tasks and take even more and shoulder the burden and say thank you, kiss the mezuzah, and do whatever it needs and support one another in our various communities. I think that we've reached a point of crisis that has woken me up from my misconception. And now the question is, can we take responsibility truly and genuinely? Because what are we worried about? That those people who agree with me say, okay, Shvut, you represent us. But don't you think that the left hates us more than they want to fix the whole matter of responsibility in this country? And here I want to challenge you, to challenge the panelists and the people in the audience. Have we truly woken up? Do we really want to fix the issue of the partnership and responsibility for the existence of the State of Israel? Do we understand this crucial point in time? Or do we just want to use this issue and to win and to poke people in the eye because we feel trampled? And I'm not asking this question to get you angry. I really am asking it because there's such a huge public in the right wing that has voted for this government and wants a true solution. And this is basically a symptom for other things. IDF drafting is a symptom for something deeper that's asking, what is your Torah? I was in a discussion in the committee at the Knesset for this basic law of Torah study, and we have to say the obvious. Torah study is there is nothing without observing Torah. You can't just learn Torah. You need to observe Torah. Otherwise, you're a Christian. Jews observe the Torah when they learn the Torah. And our Torah says that when it's an emergency time, you go out and fight. It's not a conflict or a contradiction. The State of Israel, as a Jewish state, even before it's a democratic state, as a Jewish state, has to demand that every Jew and every citizen, because we're also a democracy, to take part in this mission of protecting our home. Now, I want to take responsibility because for years it looked like equality is something that the left is talking about. But nowadays, my angle is not really equality. What I care more about is fairness, responsibility. People ask about the Hesder yeshivas. It's a big question. What about you? What about the Hesder yeshivas? But I'm saying, wait, we are taking responsibility. We have found a formula that combines Torah study with a military combat service, and we are finding a formula how to do it. So are there going to be voices in the left that only want to go against the Hesder, or will they say, well, here's a good way of coexisting, of taking responsibility, because we respect one another, because we're creating a true Zionist alliance instead of taking this and using it in order to aggravate the other side. And that is a question I want to resonate here, and perhaps there'll be another resonate, but this is the question of responsibility. First of all, my responsibility as Shvut, and I'm sorry I only just woke up to this, but what are we going to do with waking up, and are we going to make a difference here properly, and are we all committed to this transformation? And also vis-a-vis my friends in the Zionist left, who I find are true partners for this existence alliance, and we really have to start talking about this partnership. But to do that, I need to know that they are true partners, and they're not trying to defeat me, because there are so many people here for whom Smotrich is a real big problem, but he has represented me in some areas, and you have to understand that there is a public here that find other things important too, and I want to know that for this Zionist alliance, that we want to form a broad Zionist alliance, we want to come as partners who will be respected. We don't want to be a doormat. We want to be seen as a public that understands that this is a historical time and wants to take responsibility. Thank you very much for this fascinating point of view. Before I will let MK Iluz respond, I want to give us some data about the ultra-Orthodox population. The ultra-Orthodox population is currently 14% of the public, according to the statistics, the Bureau of Statistics, and it's going to be much more. So now it's between 6 and 10% who are being drafted, vis-a-vis 78% in the public population. A huge gap. And many are drafted. The 17% of the potential, which is exactly the number of soldiers we are missing in order for the army to be complete. We have to understand. Another finding, according to the ultra-Orthodox data provided, there are 41,000 yeshiva students who are at IDF drafting age and 48,000 who are in reservist duty age. So this is a huge potential we should tap into. And another thing that's important to say, and we also want to hear from you, because you're in on the decision-making table, the army knew how to provide solutions for this. In the IDF, there was the Shkedi team that gave options and special drafting tracks and special classification tracks, and they built all the processes that will allow the ultra-Orthodox to draft into the army. So the excuse isn't really that their belief and faith will be harmed. And after having said all of that, it's important to say that you represent a side, an angle that is very different compared to what's happening in the Israeli government today, a very brave aspect, and one that's also very obvious and logical. And I want to hear from you, because you're on the coalition, but you also have a very different opinion. Okay, I'll try to answer everything you said. As far as I'm concerned, it all began on October 7th. October 7th changed everything. It changed the operational need of the State of Israel, the need for a certain size of force, and my ability to think before October 7th that we need to focus on getting them into the labor market, the ultra-Orthodox population. And we'll talk about the army later. Once they'll get into the labor market, they'll also go to the army. It's a process, it'll take time. That's what I was thinking before October 7th. But then October 7th happened, and I realized that we can't wait, because there's an operational, urgent need for more soldiers. MK Yuli Edelstein knows that we have heard time after time on the Foreign Committee, the Foreign Service Committee, and they're saying it outright in the IDF. They are begging for more soldiers, begging. I'm not used to hearing a general beg for anything. They're usually people who are brave and tough, but they're begging us for a solution, and they're doing it because there really is such a need. And we, as right-wing politicians who want great presence in Judea and Samaria and on the Jordanian border, and we want presence in Gaza for the long term so that the October 7th will not happen again. And we also talked about massive presence in Lebanon. We also want to stay in Syria. We want everything. And Iran. And I want to add also the Turkish threat, and the threat which is not really a threat yet, but we should prepare for it, what will happen if something will happen in Egypt, and so on. And we need to have lots and lots of soldiers. That is an existential need of the State of Israel. So that has changed my entire capacity to think of things as gradual and as a slower process, and it has turned this need into something very urgent. And another thing is that, as you can see me, I look 18, but I'm 40, and yet, and that's why I've started to grow a beard, but it's not growing so well. But at 40, what it means is that my entire area, everyone around me is being drafted. I have a reservist here who is also a mother and wife of a reservist, and I have less of a family here because I'm a new immigrant, but everyone around me has served many days, hundreds of days, and because everyone around me is drafted, and I can see what it means, the personal price they're paying. I have a 2-year-old son, my oldest, and an 8-month-old daughter, and I am one of those who is so upset that I'm not home for the showers and bedtime. I like being there, I like being involved, and I know that some people for a year after October 7th didn't see their children. They had children being born to them who couldn't recognize their own fathers. I have friends who got divorced, and they're not going to say it's because of reserve duty, but we all know it's true. We all know the burden placed on their shoulders. And I decided that if I'm not there in battle with them, I will represent them in the government. And you asked, you hinted about the Likud. I will have to say that anyone who looks at the Likud's political tradition from Jabotinsky, who set up the Jewish Brigade, and the different goals that we have within the platform of our own party and our constitution is that we push for regular service for all citizens of Israel. The aim of our party is that. So who can promote the aims of our party more, Dan Iluz or someone else in the Knesset? You tell me. That is one of the aims of our party. I don't know how many of your friends at the party know who Jabotinsky is and what his position was, but since you've mentioned it, what is your day-to-day like? You are under so much pressure, probably. People are trying to pressure you to change your position. At first they did, but people realized that I'm very determined, and when I started out at the Knesset, one of the first things I did with my team is that they all stood together around the poster that I put up, and you were also there. You saw it at the office. You know that I'm not lying. With the laws of Dan Iluz's rules of the bureau, of the office. And one of them says that if you have to choose between your seat and your values, you have to choose the values over your seat. In Parliament, that is. And I'm not going to lie, if there's someone who came to Israel 18 years ago because he's a Zionist, I think it's a huge right and a privilege to serve in the IDF, and I want to keep doing it. It's a dream that I want to keep doing, and it's not as if there's no difficulty, because I know that my positions and views, I'll pay price for them, but at the end of the day, I said, am I here to take a seat, or do I want to sit there in the Knesset to do something? I didn't come here to just sit and do nothing. I came here to do something. So if I can just butt in, if I may, MK Yuli Edelstein is sitting here, and he back then was the one who was against the disengagement, and we all know how history and certainly the right wing are very thankful to those who at least objected to that terrible atrocity. We all know what a mistake that was, and maybe now in Likud, the considerations and the fact that this is a Haredi bloc overcomes everything. But I think that you represent the Likud in the most authentic way, and history, and also the history of the right wing in Israel, the value-based right wing, not only the right wing as a seat. Will thank you for it, and the Likud will thank you for it. Thank you. I want to, just for a minute before Ayelet will speak, and because the little time is left, I said at the beginning that we talked about equality in the shouldering of the burden. We talked about the drafting to the IDF. How many serve? How many need to be drafted? What are the consequences of that? What are the implications for the reservists who are not working, who are away from their families? The costs for this country, this whole thing. That is so important, and I think that takes us back to education, because many do not get drafted because of educational reasons. Why are they being educated this way? Why are they not going to core studies? Because they are worried that it'll be a problem religiously. And I was also in the yeshiva in the past, and I don't think that core studies have ever taken away from the religious studies, but it's important in this round for me to see you addressing not only the matter of the drafting into the IDF, but the implications of this campaign and this struggle and this fight for the nature and character and identity of the State of Israel in the next few years on the one hand, and what and how we should be doing things in order to not reach a situation that we don't want to reach. Ayelet, please. Hi. First of all, I would like to address that, but I also want to respond to what's been said here by my friend here, Attorney Shvut, about the left and right. I don't know if you know, but Mothers on the Front, we were set up before October 7th, and MK Edelstein will say that we would go to the Committee of Foreign Affairs and Security to ask for the ultra-Orthodox to be drafted back in 2023, and nobody knew what we were talking about. The army of a third of the nation, we saw that coming. Goldknopf wanted the basic law of Torah study, and we realized that our army is not only small, but also not very smart. And we came and spoke, and I think that on September 16th, I'm going to be fighting Tali Gottlieb, and I said, if we don't draft more people, these things will happen. There will be scenarios, will be attacked, and nobody will be there. And Miss Gottlieb was saying that I am disrespecting the IDF, and only after I said the IDF is strong and powerful, can I remain in the room? Now, as for equality, equality is not a matter of left or right. Equality means unity. And if whoever wants the people of Israel to go up spiritually, if you want to use Torah, not only halachically, I'm a believer, I'm a person of faith, I'm a Jewish woman, but I'm not religious. This whole matter of the religious world, not the Jewish world, because being religious doesn't mean being Jewish. Do not get confused. The Jewish story is not a religious story, because we know that on the religious scale there are also fights. I don't know what's the difference between light Haredi and ultra-Orthodox. I think it's the same prayer, the same words, they wake up at the same time every day, but they found a way to explain that it's not the same. So I'm not religious, so I don't know what the difference between them is. They seem the same to me. But because the religious story can take us into the abyss, and suddenly there's a whole population here that is basically Christian, as you said before, if they are, they study Torah but they don't observe it. So we have to take out the religious aspect from the discussion, not the Jewish discussion. I have said the IDF is a Jewish army. It has a rabbinate, it is kosher. My son was forced to go to trial because during Passover he ate something that it had a Sephardi kashrut and not Ashkenazi kashrut. I thought that was crazy, but okay, we went with it. And the IDF is a Jewish army, so any demand to try and bend it and break it will go against the operational needs. And we saw what happened on October 7th. Being religious has nothing to do with the number of people in the Hamas and the tunnels. It has a matter of how many people are on the border protecting us. So when it comes to equality, it's not a left or right thing. We want to be united, and we need to be in civil equality. We don't want the religious dialogue to be dominating us. And for your question, the implications of that, we have heard the Ministry of Finance and the State Controller. We all know that we don't see a big difference, a big change in how the Haredis are conducting themselves, because currently it's a state within a state. They have their own education that we're paying for, and it's informal. They have whole systems that we're paying for, but they're not being supervised. And when they have to abide by the law, we see them becoming anarchists. We all understand that no country in the world can exist when it has an entire population within it that is not willing to abide by the law. And I want to say one more thing, very quickly, I promise. We, the mothers, and I've been saying that for the last 3 years, and I want to tell you that in recent months I've been getting phone calls from mothers who are saying, I sent my eldest to the army, but I'm not going to send my youngest. And even if I put him on a plane, and even if the kids are already getting convinced, if you want to erode the motivation of those who are serving, the liberal public, the secular, call them what you want, those who do 3 years, no Hester, no different deals, if you want to erode the motivation, there'll be nothing to grow here. We're not going to be suckers. We are not going to give up our children. If I see that 65% of the population don't do it either. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So just in 2 or 3 sentences, Shachar, you spoke so much about the wounded, the injured, and everything that's happening here. But really, please, can you address what I've said, the impact on Israeli society and the population? Wow, it is such a difficult topic because, as I've said before, we don't understand yet the magnitude of what is happening. This is a whole population that has returned different from the battlefield. And we see, as we've said, we see marriages breaking up. We see children seeing their parents, divorcing, God forbid, or a father returning as a different person from a battlefield. And why are we still not getting up and shouting and crying out? Because it's not happening today, because it's not the Yom Kippur generation yet. And we now hear the Yom Kippur generation talking about what happened in the Yom Kippur War in 1973, because this is where we are now. And we have to learn the lesson. We must not once again shut our ears and say, okay, in 50 years' time, in the next October 7th war, we will sober up. So just very briefly, I have one image that I want to prevent. I don't have children yet, Ofri and I have been married for a year, and I imagine at night a situation whereby I send my young child to school, and the student sitting next to him doesn't go to the army because they meet the criteria of being an ultra-Orthodox. And my kid, how can I, as a father, explain to my kid why he has to go and fight and serve this country and swear that he is willing to give up his life for this country, and the kid sitting next to him has different blood going through his veins, and his mother isn't worried at night? How can I look my child in the eye and justify that? And that is the picture I see before me, and I will do everything for it to be prevented. Thank you very much. In terms of time, we're about to finish, but I just want to say two more sentences. I want to hear two from you, MK Iluz, and two from you, Shvut. What needs to happen in this country in order for this to be different? Not just the drafting to the IDF, but the unity. Very briefly, the broad Zionist government that has to be formed after the elections needs to reform responsibility, not only in IDF, not only in protection, but also in education and economics. And the challenge will be to do this with responsibility, but also with interest, to the point, without hatred, without revenge, even though we're angry, even though roads are being blocked, to do it without this anger. That's our challenge. I'll give you an example from my kids. If a child that for many times I have indulged them for many reasons. During reserve duty, when their father was away, I told them, okay, jump on the sofas, don't ask. So at some point you get to a point where you want your house to start, working again and properly, and it's not easy, and you have to say the truth. This ultra-Orthodox autonomy, it's not the only one we have enabled, but it's growing much faster, so that's why it's serving as such a threat or such a problem, as you've said. We are also responsible for that sector. We have enabled it. We allowed it to grow. We have created incentives that make people think that it's okay, that this state of affairs is fine, and also the future that you want to prevent, it's also okay. And we, like a parent that needs to kind of correct the ways and their education to demand it, but lovingly, we need to do it to the point and with love, because they're our brothers and sisters. Thank you very much. And some concluding remarks from you, MK Iluz. I just want to say that there are two challenges that have to do with the ultra-Orthodox population. They're both existential. The first is the security, but there's also a financial one, an economic one, which is integrating the ultra-Orthodox population into the labor market, and of course with the growth in population. And I think it's a blessing. I think any Jewish child born in this country is a blessing. So it's not as if I'm going against the growth of this population, but because they are not integrating into society, they pose an existential threat to Israel, because we cannot have a society, and certainly not a society in the Middle East, that needs a strong army and security without a strong economy. And these two issues must be reformed, not tomorrow, today, because time really is of the essence. And unfortunately, I'm saying that with me in the coalition are representatives of parties that are the Haredi parties that are doing everything in their power. It's as if their first and foremost mission, above all else in politics, is to prevent integration into the economy and the IDF. And as long as they are the representatives of ultra-Orthodox society, then I want to call upon the next government to be formed as a right-wing person, and it should be a government that is led by the right-wing, national and liberal, the Likud, as I believe in it, but it cannot be giving power to these parties that are doing everything to stop this integration, which is such a need in Israeli society. I would like to thank all four of you for the remarkable, sane voice that you have been making. Thank you so much for coming and voicing it, and please enjoy the rest of your evening.
Should I try this one? Can everybody hear me now? Okay, so thank you very much to all the panelists who have just spoken here, and thank you, Lior. It's been fascinating We have one more interview, and perhaps we'll hear some of the answers in this interview and try to understand how exactly is the government operating. Maybe we'll hear that in our next interview. First of all, I'd like to thank Minister of Migration and Absorption, Member of Knesset Sofer, who will come to speak from the stage, Member of Knesset Ofir Sofer, and he'll be interviewed by Dikla Ron Shafran from Kan 11, a political correspondent. Of course, Minister Sofer comes from the religious Zionism, so hello to the two of you. The floor is yours. Hello, everyone. This is a one-on-one interview with the Minister of Immigration and Absorption. My name is Dikla Aharon Shafran. I'm a journalist from the Kan news channel, and now it is my job in this conference to interview one of the ministers who did express a different voice in this government swimming against the current, one could say, especially if we're talking about the conscription crisis. I remember that a press conference you convened in the Knesset, it was in December 2025, in which Minister Ofir Sofer said that he will object to the conscription law, even if the Prime Minister fires him, and you had some similar statements since then. I'd like maybe to start out with some current affairs. Last night, Rabbi Yitzhak Yosef, the religious rabbi of the Shas party, says in a rally in Bnei Brak, soldiers are being killed because the government is narrowing the steps of those who are studying the Torah. And Rabbi Aryeh Yazdi said in that conference that goddamn Chief of General Staff sent a soldier to prison because he had on this Messiah sticker. So your comment on what these figures from Shas said last night. First of all, these are very vexing and upsetting statements. Maybe they're exceptional, but it's not the first time we're hearing this. Every word is unnecessary. I have to say that I'm not one of those people who like to respond to every harsh word. It doesn't matter from which side, because I don't want to give them further attention. But I think that any word I can say will simply honor these despicable comments, and that's unnecessary. And it's been denounced by the Shas movement, these words, and the denouncement came after the Prime Minister told the chair of Shas, Deri, that if it won't be denounced, then they'll continue the arrest law. You said that after October 7th, your expectations from the ultra-Orthodox population were different. Now we are 2 years and 8 months after that Saturday. And how do you analyze the event from this prisma? Not only did we not see a shift amongst the ultra-Orthodox population, we hear these very vexing comments by the leaders of this population. Of course, I'm very disappointed. It's not just me who's very disappointed. The entire people of Israel are very disappointed. Maybe we need to also really think hard about things. Maybe we've made some mistakes. And you're probably saying, why are you saying that? You're a politician. But the question is this accurate with respect to reality? And I said these things in the context of the judiciary overall. I think that we need to recalculate our tracks, maybe, but we also need to make a very genuine demand for things to happen. I was always willing to see compromises. I was never in favor of fake. And there were several times that I said the buck stops here, even recently to take off the daycare centers law. And you know, if it would have been on the agenda, if it would have been submitted to the Knesset, I would have handed in my letter of resignation. It didn't happen because I knew to say that the buck stops here, and so did my party. Maybe your party didn't express it so clearly, but what you're saying here for the first time, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that the law, the daycare center law, didn't pass because of your objection. Yes, it's been passed and it's ready for a third reading, and it definitely directly addresses this issue of bypassing the conscription law. And I can tell you that I'm not very pleased with the people I see with the images, with the scenes I see in the streets. You're talking about the daycare law or the daycare subsidies bill that was intended to bypass the resolution of the High Court of Justice ruling because it seeks to subsidize daycare center when for couples when the husband is supposed to be drafted but isn't. Soon enough the Knesset will be dispersed, and the coalition that you're part of is advancing legislation as if it's its first week in office today. And I can tell this to everybody here. There were discussions in the Knesset about the arrest law and the bill regarding splitting the general attorney's role. And what do you say about this legislative blitz just a moment before the Knesset is dismantled? I don't really like this legislation blitz. I think a lot of people don't like it. I can say, I mean, only 2 weeks are left, 2 weeks and 2 days for this legislation. Basic law, Torah Studies, Section 2, that has been stricken out. The section that was supposed to equate the rights of yeshiva students and that of others. This has been stricken off, and that's significant. As for the arrest law, I don't know where that's standing. I still don't understand the concept. I don't even know if there is one at this point, and I think it's too soon to talk about it. I can tell you that the legal consulting of the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee said about the arrest law that this is an exemption or a clemency section for those who are dodging conscription. And as I've done for 2.5 years, I have to, also studying this, I did it from a genuine place, and for an entire year I worked quietly without saying anything to the media in order to reach some genuine agreements. Unfortunately, the cold shoulder and the disrespectful treatment of the political, you're talking about the ultra-Orthodox political handlers, and and my expression became more loud, and it should have been in order to stop this legislation. Maybe it was a mistake to come from this position to try and establish compromises when you see that ultimately the government is about to complete its term, a full term. Who would have believed? And no change has occurred. There is no legal arrangement that's arranging the fact that the ultra-Orthodox population isn't drafted. Look, there was very great importance in the functional continuity we've seen in the past 2.5 years with respect to Hezbollah and how we toppled them, and the significant damage to Iran, and the fact that we brought back all the hostages. You can't take that away from the government. Look, I have to say something on a more personal note. You were injured during your service. You are an officer in the IDF. You were injured in Joseph's tomb. You still carry these injuries both in body, and as you've courageously and with unprecedented courage, you've shared also emotional injuries. Do you think that your injury perhaps affects your position on this matter, about your positions on conscription? Well, I think that we should all be connected to what our people are going through, to what this nation is going through. When I say all of us, it means all of us. Bezalel mentioned his wife. So if you're talking about, Bezalel mentioned the fact that his wife went to buy a dress in Bnei Brak, and how she came back from there and what she felt, that says it all. And you know, we as representatives of a certain population group, it is our duty to meet with the families. We've done so in the past 2.5 years. It will never be enough. It can never be enough. And I think that all the people here who were here before that and who met me in different situations, the ones who were in the panel, those who operated from such motivations and others from genuine motivations. So you're saying that not everybody acts out of true motivations. I think that people who don't know how to set a limit at a certain point and say, my goal is not to bring about chaos, but to reach real solutions, needs to ask himself or herself these questions. So you've mentioned Bezalel Smotrich, the chair of the religious Zionist party. I think that today in the political system, one of the biggest gaps between the constituency and those who are elected by them is that between the chair of the party of religious Zionism, who's Smotrich, and many of the members of the national religious population group. And for them, this period was a watershed line with respect to the partnership with ultra-Orthodox. You don't see this eye to eye with Smotrich. You're not on the same page with him. I do not see eye to eye with him on everything, but my son and Bezalel's son were injured in the war. Your son was injured twice. And Bezalel's son, he's still recovering from his injury, and Bezalel also lost his cousin. Perhaps we disagreed in certain points in time regarding our way, and we have this dialogue, and the dialogue is there, but I think that, during these 2.5 years, you've never seen such political discourse as you see in other parties in Twitter or in press releases against each other. It has always been respectful, even if these were some hard words. Look, I would like to say, talking about Bezalel Smotrich and your party, the religious Zionism, and you're kind of an oddball in this party. I hope it's okay that I'm saying this, because I'm still... As a kid, I swam for 4 years. And back then, I started swimming against the current. So I think you know what I mean. You represent something which is the Mafdal, what was called the National Religious Party, the classic religious Zionist, and you find yourself in a party that its line is more ultra-Orthodox, national ultra-Orthodox. The people there, Smotrich, Struk, Rothman, they represent a different line. And you could even say that it's an anomaly, but since you are more identified with large sectors in the national religious sector. We are now about 3 months and 2.5 weeks before election date. Can you find your place in this party? Well, first of all, I think that this party, and then you'll understand what I mean, this party needs to come up with the vision of a national religious Zionism without anything that will blur the vision. That's one thing. Hold on. So what you're saying here something that's actually goes beyond what I asked. I'd like to put my finger on that. If we have briefings that we constantly hear that the Prime Minister is really interested in placing Otzma Yehudit with religious Zionism and perhaps place somebody like Ofer Winter to head the party, you're saying that's not the place. I said the party. I didn't talk about anyone specific. I said that the party needs to set a vision that carries the values of religious Zionism and to continue to operate based on that. And I read a lot about the philosophy of organizational culture. The person who tore apart the Mafdal, the Beit HaYehudi, the Jewish Home Party, was Naftali Bennett. He gave up on the vision and the core values. He looked through the values of the bloc. And there is a significance to the fact that the organizational structure of this party was broken apart. We were at Tkuma, Ichud HaLeumi. They had a role. This party had a role in the political system. Today, it has a broader role, which is to carry the values of religious Zionism, even though many of the Knesset members who are currently in the Knesset don't necessarily represent this public, but rather a very specific segment. I'm always in favor of improving, optimizing, and do things better. Maybe more people like you. We should see more people like you. You were kind of surprised by several sentences that I've said, but the first person I always ask if something is wrong is myself, to see how we can do things better. So, hold on. You think that the party needs to include more people who look like you, people who come from the north, people who are maybe, we could imagine them in the ads of the Mafdal party of the past. I've said the vision, we need to know how to shape the vision, and we need to back it. Have you received proposals from other parties? What do you mean if I've received proposals? I think that, honestly, I've stopped counting, but it's irrelevant. You're saying, I'm going with the religious Zionism. I believe in our path. I believe in values. I don't really believe in moving to the right or to the left. Such a measure, which is a strategic measure, you need to have a strategic reason to do it. Look, we're about to finish. I'd like to ask you, which government would you prefer to see after the elections? A broad right-wing party, and I'm very happy that the Prime Minister said that as well. Okay, the Prime Minister said that, yet he also instructed to advance the arrest law, the bill to split the Attorney General's role, and the daycare center. You asked me which government I see. You think that the Prime Minister can truly establish a broad government. I'll explain why, and you need to ask everybody. You need to ask everybody. Those who decided that it needs to be one bloc against the other, we need to say that honestly, these are the heads of the parties who head the change bloc, as they call themselves. There was an opportunity to establish a game changer here, and we need to ask ourselves whether or not we're honest. And there is still one person like that, Benny Gantz, and Dedi Simchi joined him. But we, out of responsibility for our children's future, out of our responsibility for the future of this country, we mustn't go back to the kind of talk we saw on October 6th. You cannot say one thing and do something else. It's true for all of us. We cannot say one thing, to speak in double messages, and then to do the opposite. When we entered Battalion 202, Guy Chazut was the battalion commander. I was the deputy battalion commander. He said something, I don't remember, that if you say something, you need to deliver. I agree with him. We need to speak honestly, and we need to mean what we say. Look, I stood here and I heard some of the panelists, the previous panel. I cannot live with that. Even the creative, the alliance of the servers, it's good for an exit, but you cannot live with the creative line of a lie, because we need to live with the real true things. We need to come up with a shared vision that will agree over 80% of it. We need to agree on democratic tools where we all decide 100%. You cannot speak in different languages, and the media talk and everything that has to do with conscription. I met with Amir Eshel when he was CEO, when he was Director General of the Ministry of Defense. He was a good friend when I was the person in charge of the IDF wounded, and he said when it comes to conscription, he talked about the general Israeli population. We are facing a very serious problem because there's a drop in the percentage of participants. That's true, so you cannot talk. But this is an entire group, an entire sector. Did I say, I said one sentence in my debut speech, and I remember looking at Benny Gantz and I said the following words: we fostered values of equality and we've eroded national values. And I talked about battalion commanders in reserves who've lost their status. I talked about combat soldiers in reserve and the wounded. There's a difference between those in the front and those who are in the Kiryat, in the headquarters in Tel Aviv. And I spoke with Naftali Bennett. Were they willing to make that differentiation? No, because nobody is willing to face the association of the disabled of the IDF and to say we have a certain pie, we have hundreds of orphans. Can we really raise them? No. How come? Because we're not willing to give them what they truly need. We need to speak honestly. I'm I'm not saying that we need to place everything on the table here and now, but the alliance of the hypocrites, that's not the alliance of the servers. The alliance of the hypocrites is not that of the servers. How come hypocrites? Because the alliance of servers means to go with the Jewish values and this immense values and the vision of the state of Israel. But when Goldknopf says that the draft evaders are from Tel Aviv, I'm not here to defend. You think he's right? No, I've said this all along. For 2.5 years, I said this, and I never did this from any position. I reached first place in our internal elections twice. I said everything very honestly, not in a way that would break things apart. And I prevented the conscription law, and I prevented the daycare subsidies law twice, actually, in this budget. In the previous one. I don't need people from the bleachers to lecture me on that. I don't, look, I'm saying, folks, we have a certain responsibility. After the elections, at the end of the elections, we have a people, a nation, and the people who have now entered the political system must remember that we need to put behind us the kind of talk we had on October 6th. And I'm not talking about a base, a foundation that you go with. I'm talking about boycotts. That takes us back to the kind of talk we had on October 6th. I said we can talk about a bloc that has basic guidelines, shared basic guidelines we can sit with, but to say we're not sitting with anyone on that side, and there were some people who I really appreciate and like, but once he formed this alliance of the heads of the blocs, he took us back to October 6th. He could have changed it, but when you call it the alliance of hypocrites, when I talk about the alliance of hypocrites, no, I'm not talking about Shvut, no, God forbid. I didn't mention any names, even when I expressed my criticism. Those who know that they worked in inciting know that I'm referring to them. You can probably see that we're almost out of time. We're ignoring it, but we need to wrap it up. Look, I would like to ask you, I hear everything you're saying, but before we finish, I heard your tone. Aren't you concerned with continued partnership with the ultra-Orthodox parties that obviously Netanyahu will strive for an additional coalition with them? Let me answer you. The head, or the cornerstone of the next government, hold on, MK Sofer, you could continue to talk about the need for agreements and looking and not breaking the jar or the base, but the continuation of such a partnership will leave the others, the steering in a vector in which 43% of ultra-Orthodox men don't work. We see what's happening with their integration in the IDF. So beyond these lofty words, can such a partnership pose significant challenges to the state of Israel, economic, security? Let's list them. It's not that it might pose. It has posed. It is posing. If you want to see, and I'm choosing my words carefully. No, don't do that. We have places in Israel that you can already understand the implications. I wish everybody were like Jerusalem. They need a balancing grant every year. It's already posing challenges and difficulties. We're talking about tomorrow morning because what's a decade or 2 decades? I think that the main milestone or cornerstone of the next government is not a right of veto or anything else, has to, first of all, address the issue of service and then the other aspects. Maybe it sounds like a slogan. Can Bennett be in such a government? Let me answer you. And Eisenkot, I'll answer you. Maybe it sounds like a slogan, but I think that it's the only way to do it. And I'd like to remind everybody the harsh criticism. And I also said it at a certain point where, during the judiciary overall. I said, this is not how you run processes in a Western country. I said that. And on the eve of October 7th, they said something very clear. And I'm saying it about them and about you. We have to know how to say the truth and to say we have values, there's a hierarchy. We understand that change isn't going to happen overnight, but changes aren't happening. but we have to do it together. I'm saying these are the basic guidelines. I'm not going to make a laughing stock of myself. I won't go into a place that I know that I'm getting into it weak and I don't know how to lead processes there. I think that I've learned a lot and I've paid a price, and it's not easy, but I'm proud of it. And especially I'm proud because I feel that I'm leaving a legacy for my children who will do what's right. You're not done yet. I think there's still time left for a legacy. Yes, I'm not done yet. But when I stand at the podium or when somebody else does and they speak the way they do, these are things that we have to change about this country. It doesn't only apply to one side. You talked about the two rabbis, but what about Yair Golan and Dan Chalutz and Bogi Ayalon? What about everybody? This is what I referred to when I talked about the alliance of hypocrites. I could tell you, I won't say it, I could say what Yair Golan did on October 7th in comparison what other people did. So let's go back to my question. Can Bennett be part of that government that you're describing? I've already had my experience with Bennett. There used to be a party called Yamina, and then Habayit Yehudi, the Jewish home. You know, life is a world of compromises, but you understand where that is in my priorities. Eisenkot, I think that Eisenkot is a man of values. I think there is a great ideological abyss between us, but ultimately we do need to form a government, right? And I'm saying for a reason that there should be a government. We're talking about a partnership. There has to be some basic guidelines. We need to set priorities. It's too early to talk about the composition, but I do think that, and I've said this all along, we need a broad right-wing government. Why? Because a broad right-wing government, I believe in the right. You know, somebody here woke up last week, the Director General of the Junan Samaria Council said that he's willing to build and break apart, but we have a long way ahead of us. We're not here for the short term. We could have gone on and on, but I think that we are really beyond the time given to us. So I'd like to thank you for everything you've said. I think there are several headlines coming from this interview. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to the Minister of Immigration and Absorption. Thank you to Dikla Ron Shafran. We're finished with this day. Thank you very much to Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad for this day and the entire team from the Institute for Policy and Strategy. We're going to meet here tomorrow at 9 o'clock with a fascinating day with a lot of events. And this is going to be the first panel, Iran between risk to opportunity. That's it. Thank you. Oh, sorry, it's 8:45, not 9.
יאללה, כולנו.